Waiting for 5.
That clock's always on.
Hey, look at the difference.
Now we're there.
Okay. Want to bid you all a good evening and welcome you to the Poulsbo City Council meeting of March 4th, 2026. Poulsbo is committed to being a welcoming, diverse, equitable community where all people can access tools and opportunities to improve their lives, allowing them to reach their full potential. During these meetings, the Poulsbo City Council will use this lens to inclusively view its discussions and actions. And the land acknowledgement tonight will be given to us by Councilman Gary McVeigh.
Thank you, Mayor. Poulsbo is located on the ancestral lands of the indigenous Suquamish people, for whom this place was known as Tuktuklats, or the land of the vine maples. This is a chief from Chief Seattle in 1854. Every part of this soil is sacred in the estimation of my people. Every hillside, every valley, every plain and grove has been hallowed by some sad or happy event in days long past, or days long vanished, pardon me.
Thank you, Councilman McVeigh. Now, those of you can, if you'd stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Again, I welcome you all to the City Council meeting of March 4th. We're going to have the agenda review, and the agenda stands as presented. If there are no questions or actions of council to pull anything out, I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
Mr. Mayor, move to approve the agenda as submitted.
Second.
I have a motion and a second by Councilwoman Britt Livedall. We'll go around the table, starting with Mr. Tabor.
Tabor, aye. Eckert, aye.
Lived I.
Fitzpatrick, aye.
McVeigh, aye.
Newell, aye.
Very good. The first item on the agenda is public comment. And so at this point, we will be welcoming anyone who would like to address the council with a question or concern to come up to the podium. You'll have 3 minutes in which to speak. Please share your name and place of residence. And at the end of the meeting, we will have a second period also of public comment. But at this time, I'll call for public comment. Anybody wishing to come and address the city council, this is your opportunity at the top of the meeting. Please.
Good evening. Bill Austin sends his greetings to the council. I'm here in his stead. My name is Judy Daniels. I'm a volunteer and a member of the North Kitsap Senior Center here in downtown Poulsbo. I want to thank you, Mayor Stern, council members, especially Councilmember Michael Fitzpatrick, and the city's planning department and staff for all that they have done to embrace this project that we're undertaking. And that project is to provide an ADA automated doorway for our seniors. As we all know, Poulsbo is an amazing community, and we come together throughout the year in many ways to improve the lives and the quality of the environment in which we all reside. And the center's remodel project is just one other example of that opportunity. It is an amazing community spirit that we're seeing to come together. And I'm pleased to report that the Opening Doors fundraising goal is drawing near. Generous individuals and businesses and organizations have stepped forward with cash donations. Several of them are providing very expensive services for free. Our most recent exciting cash donation on the screen was last Thursday when the American Legion Post 245 of Poulsbo showed up with their big check for a big amount. And one of our other recent donations has been the Lions Club of Poulsbo joining us. and innumerable individuals. We would like to let you know that phase 1 is beginning on the exterior demolition within the next couple of days. We're working presently with the city to provide proper protection for pedestrians as we're working out front. And the center's board would also like to thank Parks and Recreation, who we've been collaborating with greatly over the last 18 months. And they are providing us space to continue our activities for our members, and their members can join into our activities while we're there. And a big shout out to the Poulsbo Library that's also providing us space when the Parks and Rec facilities won't accommodate us. So I want to let you all know that membership is open to all throughout residents in the North Kitsap County. And you only have to be 50 years or older. Michael, I'm sorry you don't qualify, but we can work something out. And the fees are only $25 a year, and that's a bargain. Number one, you can sit there and enjoy a complimentary coffee, tea, or sliced donuts, which is always available. But the thing is, we're the only storefront on Front Street that has the $1 million view. There are no buildings blocking our view to our beautiful Liberty Bay. We're going to have a future ribbon cutting, and we will send you all invitations, and we hope that you will attend. I thank you very much for this opportunity. If anyone has any questions during this time, I'm happy to take those.
And I want to thank you for such a positive, upbeat report. There were a number of us who joined the senior organization at the holiday reception this year before the front door project. And if you would please pass along to Mr. Austin our regards. I have a feeling he might be watching this right now as well.
Yeah, I think he might be.
Yeah. Thank you so much. And we're going to call again for public comment. Please step forward to the podium. You'll have 3 minutes and identify your name and place of residence if you would.
Good evening, councilors. My name is Bo Baker. I'm an affordable housing developer for Southport Development. We're based in Tacoma. I guess I'd like to start by thanking the councilors for allowing us to provide comment on this housing affordability series that you guys have tonight. I'd also like to thank Heather and Nicole and their teams for putting this series together. It's a great start, and it engages public and private collaboration, which is oftentimes one of the best ways to find your most efficient solutions. I'd like to talk to the council tonight. I'm here as a follow-up to the testimony that I had provided in writing earlier today. Workforce and affordable housing at scale efficiently is doable. We're doing it elsewhere. We'd like to do it here in collaboration with you. And I'd like to offer ourselves as a resource, as a boots on the ground perspective for the best and most effective ways that we're doing that elsewhere in the state. And I'd just like to urge the council to prioritize and really explore the options for fee waivers and exemptions in tonight's housing affordability series. Thank you.
Thank you, Bo. And you all have in the blue folders a copy of that testimony and letter dated today from Bo Baker, Southport Services. Again, calling for public comment. Please come forward.
Right. Good evening, City Council. I'm Jamie Clough. I'm the Government Affairs Director with the Kitsap Building Association. I live in the city of Bremerton. First off, I just want to say thank you so much for all the fantastic work that both the council and the city staff have done for these housing affordability workshops. The presentations have been excellent in helping define what drives up the cost for housing and what tools we have to alleviate those problems. I would encourage the council to keep two guiding principles in mind as you think about these programs. First, every community needs some level of subsidized housing to protect its most vulnerable citizens. Seniors living on fixed incomes, people with disabilities, and families facing temporary hardship. Programs like the Local Housing Fund, preservation of existing subsidized housing, and public-private partnerships, as mentioned before, are excellent tools to meet those needs. However, subsidized housing alone cannot solve our housing shortage. In fact, if it remains the primary strategy, it can actually exacerbate the issue because it does not address the underlying market conditions driving up housing costs. Which leads to my second principle. The root cause of our affordable housing problem is the average market rate home in Poulsbo is too expensive because we do not have enough average housing inventory. Housing works like any other market. When supply is constrained and demand continues to grow, prices rise. The most effective way to reduce housing costs for everyone is to increase the overall supply of homes, particularly market rate homes. When the price of the average house comes down, fewer households require subsidies to afford homes. Because of that, I would encourage the council to prioritize programs that increase the number of homes the private market can build. Tools most likely to accomplish this include expanding the buildable land through strategies like UGA swaps and annexation, since Poulsbo is approaching the limit of its developable land, dimensional and design flexibility, which can allow more units and housing types on existing land, density bonuses, which encourage additional housing production when developers include affordability, as well as fee deferrals, which help projects move forward by reducing upfront development costs. Programs like the multifamily tax exemption program are also worth highlighting. MFTE has helped produce hundreds of multifamily housing units that otherwise would not have been built throughout Kitsap County. To summarize, subsidized housing programs are very important and are needed to support the most vulnerable, but only treat a symptom of the root cause of high housing costs. Market rate housing production must increase. Policies that expand buildable land and reduce barriers to construction will likely have the greatest long-term impact on affordability. There is no single solution to our housing shortage, but by prioritizing policies that enable Kitsap builders to increase supply while maintaining targeted support for vulnerable residents, Poulsbo can show the rest of the state the way out of these housing problems. Just want to also say that we at the KBA stand ready to address any of these specific programs in more detail at committee meetings or at the council's request. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, calling for public comment, please come forward. We will give you 3 minutes. Anxious to hear your remarks, your name and place of residence for the record.
Certainly. Good evening. Peter Crabtree. I live in Kingston and I own Crabtree Brands here in Poulsbo. So Crabtree Kitchen and Bar, High Spirits, Chocmo, all of those things. And I'm here and speaking tonight because housing affordability is one of my #1 issues as an employer in Poulsbo. I have about 50 employees that work for me here in Poulsbo, and almost none of them live here because it's too expensive. It remains my #1 issue in recruitment and something that I watch my team struggle with on a daily and weekly basis, and it continues to be a problem. So it's really, really awesome to see all the work that you all have put into putting together this program and getting this started. And I'm excited that that something's trying to be done about it, and that's going to allow us to continue to be an employer here in Poulsbo and exist and support our team. So, yep, thank you.
We appreciate all and everyone's remarks. Again, calling for public comment. If you would come forward to the podium, take your time. And again, while we're awaiting this, there'll be a second round of public comment at the end of tonight's council meeting, and that includes after the workshop. Thank you for coming.
Good evening. I apologize. I'm really not prepared tonight, but I'm going to speak anyway. I've been listening to the workshops. I've listened to all 3 of them and look forward to listening to the 4th one. My name is Carol Price. I've lived in Poulsbo for 31 years in the 98370 zip code area, north of the city, but I'm outside the city limits. I'm here to express gratitude to Heather Wright and Nicole Coleman for their thoughtful presentation on housing affordability. The attentiveness of the mayor and city council to this issue is really appreciated. I've watched all 3 of them. I just want to make a comment. 4 households in my family have left the county. I've spoken with Rob Gelder when he was a commissioner about this. 4 households gone. They can't afford the housing here. It's upsetting to me. As you go forward and examine these issues, please consider community building as a part of this. It's not just about housing, it's about building a community. I really miss that in Poulsbo. I'd like to move into Poulsbo. My mom and I need the services here. We're too far. We're 15 minutes away, which means we have to drive, and my mom doesn't drive anymore. It becomes problematic. Please consider community building as a priority. HOAs don't necessarily build community. Please consider mixed income and mixed aged communities as desirable. I would personally appreciate clustered small lot cottages or courtyard housing, as you've been speaking to. I've heard you. I just really appreciate that. Yes, that kind of housing is more expensive for builders, but it's more desirable for us elders and for small families just starting out. Creativity obviously is needed in approaching this subject. Housing issues are very complex. So I thank you all for your diligence. Thanks.
And thank you for your heartfelt remarks. And again, calling for public comment. If anyone has anything they'd like to share with City Council, thoughts, concerns, questions, this is an opportunity, as it will be at the end of the meeting as well. And calling a last time for public comment. And not seeing any. We're going to move on in the agenda. The next section, mayor's reports and council comments. And I'll start to my left, Councilman Doug Tabor. Good evening, Doug.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council, citizens, and residents, community members. Thank you all for coming and speaking, and appreciate your appreciation for the work that the city and the council are doing on affordable housing. We all know how important it is, and I personally can, get frustrated at feeling limited in our ability to impact it when there's, county, state, federal levels above us. But I think we're doing the best we can, and I look forward to the third installment of the series, fourth installment of the series. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Tabor. Councilman Rick Eckert.
Yes, good evening, everyone. Thanks for all came tonight and spoke. This is one of the hardest issues I think we have to deal with because there is no one solution, and it's not something we directly control in most aspects. So I think what you're seeing us do is because there's a lot to it, and we're not going to get it right necessarily right away, but we're going to keep trying at it. So input, feedback is absolutely appreciated. So I just wanted to share. So this weekend was one of those good weekends in the city where we got to do some cool stuff. A number of us were up at Rob for the groundbreaking for the new ADU, including some folks in the audience. That's going to be a great project. Not going to dwell too long on that because we're going to have a ribbon cutting at some point, so we can talk more about that one. But that was a good project. That's a good event. Look forward to that. And it goes to some of the things that we're talking about tonight. After that, a little bit later in the day, I went and I joined our fire department. They had an equally awesome event that day. Chiefs here in the audience, and it was billed as an acceptance of a new piece of apparatus. I'm going to use the right term. But it was not just that they accept a new truck, which is their first ladder truck, which I fully accepted responsibility that we're guilty of why they need one. But it was also 8 new firefighters coming off their probationary period, 8 promotions, 4 retirements, 2 new hires, and someone who got their degree in fire safety that was already in the force. So it was a wonderful ceremony, a lot of recognition, a lot of things to celebrate, but it also goes back to they're growing because we're growing. And so I just want to recognize that tonight. I'm glad Chief's here because I was going to say it anyway, but now he's here, so I got to say it. But but again, they're growing because we're growing. And so it's something we need to recognize, and the more we can do of those events, the better. And then just lastly, Pam had asked me about this, if I had it on my radar, and I did, but I want to make sure I mention it. The 14th at the fairgrounds is the Kitsap County Military Appreciation Day. So that's from 11 to 2. They have a nice website on it, but basically it's the county's annual appreciation for all the military in the county. There's lots of booths, lots of vendors, static displays of vehicles. So just folks take a look. It's a nice time. I've gone a few times before. Come out and celebrate, and just keep our military in your hearts.
Thank you, Councilman Eckert. And I'll turn to Councilwoman Britt Livedall. Good evening, Britt.
Hey, I don't have much except to say I look forward to this fourth and final installment of our workshop and all the hard work from our planning department. Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you, Britt. Councilman Michael Fitzpatrick.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say thanks to everyone who came to the podium tonight to talk about the housing conversation. It really is a conversation. So those of you who have these different perspectives or different expertises in this field, please understand that even after tonight, we are still thinking and learning and developing a strategy. And you can always come and talk to us one-on-one, talk to the mayor, and keep this conversation going after the workshop concludes. And I want to also thank Judy for coming and updating us about the senior center. Getting accessibility to the North Kitsap Senior Center is long overdue. And it's a good example of the cost of building. It's a relatively straightforward project, swapping out the door, and yet it's several thousands, well over $10,000. And so, everything is expensive now. And it's only by coming together as a community that things are going to continue to improve. And I appreciate you all for being a good example to all of us for that.
Thank you, Councilman Fitzpatrick. Good evening, Councilman McVeigh.
Good evening. Thank you to everyone who came to see us and shared their comments tonight. Judy, thank you for your report on the senior center. Bill Austin is indeed listening, I'm sure. Bill hit me up for a contribution, so it wasn't as big as the American Legion post, but I was happy to contribute, and good luck with that project. We don't get into national politics too much around here for obvious reasons, but I don't think it's right to let the evening go without at least acknowledging that our country is at war with Iran. As council members, we take an oath to protect and uphold the U.S. and the state constitution. And I think the way that President Trump has gone about launching this war is unconstitutional. And I felt I needed to say that this evening. God bless our troops. God bless America. But we need to do things in a constitutional, legal manner. Thank you.
And last but not least, Councilman Doug Newell.
Oh, Mayor, I was going to do all right, let's get on with it, which I normally try to focus on. But yes, we are part of a larger community, and all of us contribute and have hopes and desires. And we all want great things to happen for our families and our friends and our local towns, and as well as our country. And it is something that I think it does weigh on us every day. And so, Gary, thank you for saying something. Not certain what we can do in this, but focus on what's the positive outcomes that we can achieve. Not certain that those have been defined yet in that specific conflict, and it is something that gets me up early in the morning to try to pay attention. So thank you for saying something.
Thank you, Council. I'll at this point address the mayor's report, and I'd like to start with that larger perspective, that national and international. Rhiannon, if you could help me with that one photo. And what I'm going to pass out here, I brought to each of the council what I attended a week ago, the change of command ceremony for Naval Base Kitsap. And this was on the 20 February 2026, on base at the Bangor Plaza. I'll pass one down this way and pass down this way. That's great. Thank you, Rhiannon. That is a copy of the change of command ceremony. It is the oldest tradition in our nation and armed forces going back to the Revolutionary War, the change of command ceremony. It's quite moving. And in this case, the picture on the magazine cover, that's Captain John Hale, commander of Naval Base Kitsap. He was relieved of duty and reported as Chief of Staff to the Admiral for the Northwest. And relieving him was Captain Alex Berg, who those who attended Kitsap Regional Coordinating Council had a chance to meet personally. He is originally from Everett, has served around the world, and has taken over command of Naval Base Kitsap. So I was very proud to be there to represent the City Council and the residents of Poulsbo, along with a few other elected officials. They are the backbone, not only of this county, with billions of dollars of economic impact, but well over 25,000 employees, both civilian and military, and are tonight serving overseas. And as my council colleagues expressed, we hold them in our hearts. They are the backbone. The Navy is the oldest armed service in the United States, was formed previous to and at the time of the Revolution with a single frigate. I won't go through the entire history. A couple Marines, if there are any, might say, well, we were there too, but actually you were on board the Navy's vessels. So I think that puts the Navy first. So that is to acknowledge the backbone of this county and certainly of our country. And from there, recalling that the Navy's colors are blue and gold, we would be remiss not to call out the color blue, as in the Poulsbo Blues and Jazz Festival this past weekend. A big shout out to the Poulsbo Rotary Club, specifically key members Joe Halsey and Mary Gorman, who took over the downtown, 5 different venues, 6 stages with almost 1,000 attendees. It was packed. You didn't see them so much on the street except when they were scurrying between venues. This was not a pub crawl. This was a music appreciation event, and it was packed. And I do know for a fact every single hotel room, not only in Poulsbo, but the surrounding area, including our bed and breakfasts, were taken. So the effect of that, and I'll acknowledge Councilman McVeigh, who chairs our Lodging Tax and Advisory Committee, has been an early supporter of this, as other groups. And the key is that economic driver, especially in the winter months, what we call the shoulder season, not the prime time. And that affords both a lift to businesses and the community as a whole. So a big shout out, Poulsbo Blues and Jazz Festival. I'll pivot to housing that we have heard so much about tonight. I do want to share that the current Poulsbo newsletter that goes out electronically is available on the city website. The first column addresses what is called the Mayor's Blue Ribbon Commission on Public-Private Partnership Solutions for Affordable Housing Ownership. And in it is a snippet of what is intended when this Blue Ribbon Commission, subsequent to tonight's 4th series in the workshop, later in March, will be convened. The names have not been named yet, but it's going to be a heavy lift and a lot of work to determine, in fact, is there an opportunity to build workforce housing, new young families, and senior that could afford eventually ownership. And I'm very passionate about this. I believe without ownership, the American dream is very hard to achieve, especially for the generations coming up right now. Most of us and our parents and our grandparents, since the 1920s on, and especially after World War II, it was home ownership that built the backbone of the middle class in this country that sustains our economy. And right now we're in danger of the younger generations coming up behind us being squeezed out of the American dream. No opportunity for life savings. Everything going to just getting by. That is the definition of a rental. And so this Blue Ribbon Commission will be charged, along with the information we've taken in these workshops, to exploring, is there a method by which the city can bend and the private sector can bend and come together and develop this type of housing without government taxpayer subsidy. And that is what we'll be drilling down on. And we're prepared for failure. The Wright brothers didn't get off the first time either, but we're not afraid of that. And we're going to work very hard to avoid that failure. And speaking of success rather than the risk of failure, this last weekend, a couple of my colleagues referenced, we broke ground, the foundation layout of the first, what's called technically an accessory dwelling unit, but is in essence a model of one of these cottage courthouses that's going to be built at Robb Park. That's our park at the top of the hill past the high school where the school administration buildings are, at the top of what used to be Clark Hill, now referred to as Robb Park after Frank Robb, a mayor from some 70 years ago. This was Saturday morning. I think perhaps one of the department heads might have photos, but there's not a lot to photograph because it was the layout of the foundation. The real key is now that the private sector, both development, Habitat for Humanity, the Kitsap Building Association, and others are coming together with the city and the Public Works Department to build this first example of what a cottage housing looks like. And it will be available for tour, and it will be available as a model because it'll be on public property. And we shared that at the Kitsap Regional Coordinating Council yesterday. I'll hold off on that. We would be amiss, and a couple of our speakers at the podium called out our very special planner, Heather Wright, and her right-hand woman, Nicole Coleman, who have been leading these series of workshops. But for those of you that are new tonight, to know that these accessory dwelling units, or call them mother-in-law apartments, or call them cottage housing, were very much led over the last 2.5 years countywide for the 4 cities as well by our own Heather Wright and her team of planners from the other 3 cities and county, who developed 6 basic sets involving anything from 600 and 700 square feet up to 1,000 in 6 different configurations. These 6 different configurations are now available effectively for free without needing architect work, and can be picked up at any of the 4 planning departments at the 4 cities, at Kitsap County and Port Orchard, and have streamlined permitting, and depending what jurisdiction you're in, fee breaks for getting these up, because it is one answer. And so we want to acknowledge, even before Heather and Nicole lead the series tonight. And again, I would ask you to join me in a round of applause for a groundbreaking program in our county. Thank you, Heather Wright, and your planners, and Nicole Coleman. We are going to move on then, and it is time for board, commission, and outside agency reports. And I'll start to my left, Councilman Tabor. Any liaisonships or boards?
None from you, Mayor.
Okay, Rick? Britt, no? Michael? I'm going to help set the stage for Gary. Gary joined me, Councilman McVeigh, at the Kitsap Regional Coordinating Council as the second member representing Poulsbo at the board of the 4 cities, the county, the ports, the Indian tribes, the United States Navy, and Kitsap Transit. I'm very proud of him joining me. And Gary, would you care to share some remarks on the Kitsap Regional Coordinating Council?
Thank you, Mayor. It was a good meeting. We had good representation. Both of the Port Gamble S'Klallam tribe, Suquamish tribe, our new commanding officer of the Navy was there. So it was one of the larger groups actually gathered I've seen there in a little while. And I think the most interesting thing to me was some discussion of the Gorst interchange highway project that's been, if you've been following that, it's been going on for quite a long time. Department of Transportation has kind of started narrowing down some of the options, and a lot of work needs to be done with the Navy to see what they will support, as well as to balance that with some of the environmental issues of what the tribal governments will support. So I'm sure we'll be hearing more about that later, but it was a good meeting. It is a great venue to have all of the different jurisdictions come together and try to work cooperatively together whenever we can, but also share challenges and other opportunities. So, thank you, Mayor.
We're very proud to have you represent the city of Poulsbo and its community on that board. Thank you, Councilman McVeigh. Councilman Newell. Nothing to report. Gary refers to, there's a day once a month called Super Tuesday where all the county boards that the county commissions and the four mayors are required by bylaw to be on. It starts shortly after 8 o'clock. It starts with the Board of Health. It moves on to Kitsap Transit. It moves on to CENTCOM 911 and ends with Kitsap Regional Coordinating Council that Councilman McVeigh was just referring to. Certainly a lot of material to share, and I will unburden you of that because if there's anything particularly pertinent to Poulsbo, you'll hear it. But just to give you a report on what's happening countywide, this meeting would go on way too long, so I'm going to spare you that. And we're going to move on now to city administrator and department head comments and start with our own city administrator, Rob Gelder. Good evening, Rob.
Good evening, Council and Mr. Mayor. Just a few things this evening. Wanted to provide you with some good news if you haven't already heard that the derelict vessel legislation passed unanimously out of the Senate, 48-0. They made no changes to that, which means now that those bills do not need to be reconciled, so it should go on directly onto the governor for signature. So that's a great accomplishment for a short legislative session.
Can I go ahead and give some credit to our police department? Chief Harding's in the audience. Both the police department and specifically the Marine Unit, Officer Dave Hausberg dreamt and fathered this on his work here in Liberty Bay. It was partly inspired because a year ago, there's at any one time 5 to a dozen beautiful white little sailboats moored out there and give us such a pleasant aspect. And it turned out only really one was a guest, and the rest was a form of floating transient housing. And we found that our hands were tied. Officer Hausberg working with Chief Harding and others and ran it up the flagpole, so to speak. And now it's statewide law. So if you would join me in applause for our police department.
Mayor, I think we should also recognize our partners at the Port of Poulsbo in this legislation. They were very supportive, and I think it's a real example of some of the new leadership at our Port of Poulsbo and new spirit of cooperation and productivity between the city and the port, and look forward to more of that.
Thank you, Councilman. That's spot on. Newport manager James Weaver and the 3 commissioners, the brand new one, will be acknowledging them next week. And also, we'd be amiss not to recognize our members of the legislature, specifically Representative Nance and others, Senator Hansen, who carried this, but it is now on the verge of becoming, when the governor signs it, state law born out of Liberty Bay. Very proud of that. Thank you for allowing me to interrupt you, Rob.
Oh, no worries. And I believe actually Officer Hausberg is Sergeant Hausberg now. So we'll want to make sure that he's got the right appropriate title. But that is a great illustration of collaboration amongst jurisdictions. Because it was in partnership with several ports, the county, port of cities. You'll recall we did a joint letter that went off to the governor earlier in the session. And so it's what you can do when you come together and coalesce around an issue. So thanks to staff and all the other jurisdictions as well. Kind of a fun one. We will be hosting. This will be my first. I've approached some, or have actually spoken to college classes before, but never a field trip of young ones. And so on Friday, the 20th, we will be hosting a group that afternoon who want to learn and kind of see about local government and the various branches. So I actually would like to ask if one of the council members or 2 of the council members might be available that afternoon on Friday, the 20th. We're gathering here in Chambers at 1:30. Thank you, Council Member Lipdahl. That way we will have the judge here, we can have the legislative body represented along with the executive branch and be able to give them a tour and an understanding of local government here in Poulsbo. So that's a fun one. And then also to let you know that we did have a conversation and the mayor reached out to the port manager because we had reserved some time on Wednesday, the 25th. For a joint meeting. There are not kind of those burning issues at this point in time. So the suggestion is to actually not have a joint meeting the end of this month, but we will look for another date when those business items pop up that warrant a joint meeting. So that's okay with all of you, unless you are dying to get together with the port at the end of the month. We'll basically reserve that or take that off your calendar.
And I'll point out though, we're going to acknowledge the port next week in a proclamation. It is exactly the 75th anniversary. Next Wednesday, we'll be providing them that proclamation, and then I'll be attending that port meeting on March 19th, along with our liaison, Mr. Newell. And then we'll move from there and have that joint meeting when there's a business agenda that warrants it.
I know it's hard to tell us apart sometimes.
That's why you're seated at opposite ends of the dais. So the last thing I just had was hopefully it will be a good news, but just to let you know, the Resource and Recovery Center has been nominated for a Community Health and Service or Safety Award through the International City County Managers Association. We'll find out later this year if they will be recognized. But yeah, there's a lot of great work in the city happening, and anytime that we can recognize those programs and really illustrate those and lift them up as examples that other communities can do as well is a great thing. The downside is there's so many, but they say you can't nominate anything that hasn't been around for at least 13 or more months. So that means our Nordic cottages and so many other programs will come along in the future. But thanks a lot.
Hi, Councilman McVeigh.
Thanks, Mayor. Mr. Gelder, I know that we had a downtown parking information session and open house the other evening. It was one of the first evening sessions we've had, trying to change the schedule of those to make it more convenient for downtown employees and others to attend. Can you give us just a quick snippet of how that session went?
Yes, thank you for I should have written that one down. It was great that we had, honestly, I did not count 25 attendees that evening, so it was good to mix it up. And what was really heartening was that I think maybe one or two people had attended prior in one of the morning sessions. So that meant we reached over 20 new individuals had an opportunity to understand what's happening within parking and enforcement and et cetera. So there was, as you can imagine, with a group of folks who have not had the opportunity to go through the Q&A prior, there was probably, I'll say, a renewed level of energy in the room that the mornings have sort of moved beyond, but there is a level of processing that occurs. And so I think it was a good conversation. There was good follow-on conversations after we broke up at 7, such that I don't think we got out of here until 7:30 or later. So it was really good. And so we'll continue to mix that up and alternate as long as we need opportunities to explain the program to folks.
Any other questions from council for city administrator? Not seeing any. Speaking of a new spirit in the room, why don't we call on Finance Director Debbie Boer?
I have nothing.
That's my idea of spirit. Thank you, Debbie. And Planner Heather Wright, I know we'll be hearing a great deal from you, but anything outside of that scope you want to report on from the planning office?
Thank you, Mayor. I actually have nothing to add, more to add, except gratitude for the appreciation for all the work that's been done in the department, especially from Nicole and all the departments that have collaborated on the Housing Affordability Series, and just gratitude for everyone in the audience that keeps showing up. Thank you so much for being here and participating in the conversation. And Saturday was probably the highlight of my career. It was an amazing day. So thank you all for everything and continuing to build housing. It's remarkable what our city can do. And I'm looking forward to returning next week to discuss the parking. As City Administrator Gelder shared with you, we had our meeting on Monday night, but we'll be compiling all the information that we've heard. That was our 5th outreach meeting since we've implemented parking changes. So we will compile that information, and hopefully everyone will tune in, because the policy decision will be around paid parking if and when we implement it. That will be the focus of next week's meeting.
Thank you so much. Any
Thank
questions
you.
for Heather? And not seeing any. Public Works Director Diane Linneus. Good evening, Diane.
Good evening. I have no updates, but our superintendent and our city engineer will have a couple things to say tonight.
Mike Lend, if you would address the council.
Good evening, everyone. Just a couple of quick updates. One is, as you guys may remember, a few months ago, the bridge at Waterfront Park, tree fell across and took the bridge out. Trail's been closed. We're still continually having Wilderness Park. Sorry. We're still having continuous problems with people removing the signs. Just want to keep that in the forefront of your mind because in the future, Parks and Rec director is going to be coming after some funds for a new bridge in there. The next thing I have is on next week's consent agenda is the final section of the roof at Parks and Rec. There's 3 sections. We've replaced 2. This will be the 3rd section on there. It's under budget. We had five quotes and came in at $24,000 and we'll actually finally have a roof that won't leak over there anymore. Hopefully, is the plan. So, unlike my new Public Works Administration building was leaking this morning, I was not happy with that. So, anyhow, that's all I have.
Thank you, Mike. Any questions for Mike? Diane, anything else to follow suit on? Josh Rains. Josh, city engineer.
Yeah, good evening. Just a couple quick things. On Knoll Road, just wanted to give an update on the Knoll Messford roundabout intersection. We will be paving that roundabout tomorrow with our first lift of asphalt. So it will be a long day of paving through the roundabout. It's going to take some time. So if you can avoid the area, please do. Expect long delays for that paving exercise. In addition to that, I just wanted to announce that we did hold our open house for the middle segment design and construction phase last night. We did have a good attendance and it went well. No real surprises there, but it was kind of our first discussion with a few property owners on some temporary construction easements. So we will be coming back to you guys with updates on that as we start to move forward with the construction easements as well. And just the last thing would be the perk. We were hoping
The
to
Poulsbo Events and Recreation Center, Josh?
Yeah, exactly. Yes. Thank you. We were hoping to open bids on Tuesday, but we had some clarifications that we need to make and we had a really strong interest in the project. So we decided to go ahead and delay the bids till Friday. So we will be opening bids on Friday. Unfortunately, that means we will not be able to get it in council for next week's approval of that contract. So we will be able to provide you a verbal update on that next week. And then we'll be bringing it back the following week for approval of that contract.
Excellent, Josh. On the paving, I'm curious, is the weather a factor? I know we've been enjoying beautiful weather until today. Any effect on the paving?
Yeah, we will be monitoring the rain closely. If we anticipate some heavy rains, we will go ahead and call that off and delay it. So thank you for that clarification. So we're monitoring it tonight and it may be a last minute call as early as tomorrow morning that we actually go ahead and delay it.
Any questions for Josh on either of those? Delayed bid. Very good. I see our police chief is up front. Police Chief Ron Harding.
Thank you, Mayor. Greetings, council and community members. I wanted to report on some development that has all finally come together for an event that really was suggested by Mayor Stern. We're calling it a law enforcement open house for the north end of Kitsap County, which we will host. And I'm very pleased to say that we will have participation from the chief of both Suquamish and Port Gamble Sklallam. Both of their chiefs will be here representing their interests. Also, we'll have the Bainbridge Island Police Chief, representation from Kitsap County Sheriff's Office, and Chad Enright, the county prosecutor. And this will be just an open forum community discussion. So we will field questions ahead of time. We'll have our panel prepared to address whatever topics come up. And we really hope that we'll be able to promote this widely, to have a good participation of North End residents, community members, to ask about law enforcement and what we're doing and current issues, and any topic really would be welcomed. So we're very excited about that. March 26th from 6 to 7:30 p.m. here in council chambers.
I want to acknowledge and thank the responsiveness of Police Chief Ron Harding, City Administrator Ron Gelder. We sat down and had a long talk, and I think this is a first opportunity to take feedback from the community on issues that have to do with law enforcement and related for the entire North End and Poulsbo, kind of get the temperature and enter into dialogue. And I think that's an important first step as we approach looking at deeper involvement with our citizens. So again, I'm thanking the police chief, thanking city administrator for the extra effort. I did have a chance at one of the boards, 9/11 CENTCOM, to speak to Bainbridge Island Police Chief Joe. And we look forward to this event very much. Thank you, Chief. Any questions from council?
Can we
Councilman
repeat
Eckert.
the date and time again? Sorry.
March 26th, that's a Thursday, 6 to 7:30. And we'll start putting out promotional materials. We'll send that also to all the agencies involved so they can promote it from their end as well.
That will be in council chambers right here. Councilman Eckert.
Yeah, I was just curious, is the sheriff's department gonna?
They are.
Okay.
They are. Sheriff Giese will be out of town, but he said that he would send someone to represent the department.
Excellent. Now, our Parks Director, Parks and Recreation, Jeff Osmick. Jeff, would you address us?
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Good evening, community members. Couple updates, and really this focuses on how recent efforts we're supporting our community. We're going to talk a little, I just want to provide an update about how we're supporting our seniors, some really great impactful classes that I think would be beneficial for you to be aware of, and some great community events that are happening. So first, you may have, council should have received, and I think community members, if you're on our mailing list as well, we had our third issue of our Senior Connections newsletter, and that newsletter is meant to be a one-stop shop of what's happening in Poulsbo. We're really thrilled about this, and it's a collaboration with our partners. And so we have our partners here. We have North Kitsap Senior Citizens Community Center. I said that wrong, didn't I? But NKSCC, I'll get it. Poulsbo Rotary Club, our library, our partners at the library, the Historical Society, Pickleball Kingdom's on board, and we also have the Suquamish Museum. So take a look at that. It's growing. It's all about working together to serve our community. One of the really neat updates is we get a report from our team members every month about the following month. So I sent that to City Administrator Gelder earlier today, and it's about what happened in February with Parks and Rec with our recreation programs. You've heard us talk about offering 1,200 programs for our community, which is outstanding. So we had 107 in February, which is great. But here's the key piece I want to share. We work with the Kitsap Humane Society for winter gardening, and they had an excellent turnout. A lot of people want to learn and garden in the winter, so we've been at capacity there. Our senior programs, including lifelong fitness, are at capacity every single time. It is an amazing turnout, and we really encourage you to come down on Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 12:30-ish, right around there, where we have a lot. Michael, Councilmember Fitzpatrick, after we meet, if we have time, I'd love to show you that as well. We also have full classes for adult Spanish, which is really important for our community. And so we have a lot of interest from our community members, and we have a great instructor. So I encourage you to take a look at that. And then something really neat is we talk about when we have multi-generational families here, and kids are often having to babysit their siblings. We have a babysit certification class that goes over CPR, first aid, and teaches the essentials. And I wanted to share this quote that it was very thorough overview of the things to be aware of, watch out for, and be skilled for babysitting. Very comprehensive. And these classes are almost always filled. And it's a great community service that not many offer. And we're thrilled. And we're actually going to be working with the library to expand this effort as well. The last two updates relate to our beloved community events, the Viking Fest Road Race, and our beloved community concerts down at Summer Nights at the Bay. Our sponsorship package is going to be live online within the next week. So if you know of any businesses or individuals who would like to support these community events, all the sponsorship goes right back into the community, all goes back into making these things happen and serving our folks. And then the most exciting thing, for me at least, because I got to see it every day this week, is Monday, we kicked off the second phase of the renovation at the Rec Center kitchen. And so that was funded through a Poulsbo Rotary grant. And you may recall that with that first renovation was phenomenal. And this second one is should be done in about 2 weeks here. And we really want to give Public Works a great shout out, and especially Josh Jones over there. We're also planning on doing a ribbon cutting, because this has been a long time coming. And that ribbon cutting, we're thinking of timing it during National Senior Health and Fitness. And we've had our partners at the North Kitsap Senior Citizen Center there. And so please stay tuned for that. This is a great thing for community spaces, and we're really thrilled to host the NKSCC as well.
Great report. Any questions for Jeff from council? I would like to call it Charlie Thompson's here from Fishline, the director, but he also wears the hat of Rotary. If you could, Charlie, convey to the club on Friday morning the big shout outs from the city and specifically the Parks Director, the outstanding contributions that Rotary's also making, I'd appreciate that. Thank you. Our city clerk, Rhiannon Fernandez, anything to report, Rhiannon? And lastly, our information technology director, Brooks Rendell. I know one of the programs became implementable today.
We did, yes. So good evening, Mayor and Council. First off, we have a budget amendment that'll be on consent next week to replace some more failing equipment in chambers. And the positive note out of that is we're going to improve gallery audio. So we've had nothing but issues with gallery audio for the folks sitting out there, especially back towards glass, and that'll improve the overall audio in the room. The other thing that went live over the weekend, last weekend, was Poulsbo.gov. Our website is now Poulsbo.gov, and we had a couple of hiccups with that, but it's working great now. And we're seeing things like Google, et cetera. When you look up City of Poulsbo, it's referring to Poulsbo.gov more and more as time goes on, which is great. Stay tuned. We are doing some testing with converting people's email addresses to Poulsbo.gov. We won't lose access to cityofpoulsbo.com, but your email addresses will all be Poulsbo.gov in the near future. Lastly, we're officially launching that Sendio service that we've been talking about. We've got some test users in it now. We're going to be officially launching it Friday night. And that's the service that cuts down on the volume of spam we receive, basically forcing senders to opt in. It's to get the human aspect back into email to stop some of these auto-generated emails that hit us. That's all I've got.
Any questions for Brooks on technology? We're going to move on in the agenda. The next item is something that requires no consent because there's no agenda. There's no consent agenda. So we're going to move on to item 9A. That is our single point of business. Then we'll take the shortest of breaks, 5 minutes, and then we will reconvene for our workshop agenda at the table right below the dais. So business agenda, building official for the building department, Public Works Director Diane Linnaeus.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Tonight, I have a request for a budget amendment in order to support hiring a building official for the City of Poulsbo. We have some unforeseen circumstances and a change in status for an individual, and it warrants us hiring a new building official. I have discussed the situation with our city administrator, our mayor, HR, as well as Assistant City Administrator, Finance Director, and we all agree that this is the best route forward. We do have a great, talented building team. We have one individual that will be on extended leave.
Question of incapacitation. This individual is doing an absolutely outstanding job with an absolutely outstanding volume of work. The work through Poulsbo through the winter remain unabated with building, both residential and commercial, permitting as well. So there's been no pause in our activity, and I'm very proud of the community, but this is an essential position. And it's in your agenda items 9A. If there aren't any questions for Diane as far as the appropriateness, I would entertain a motion and a second to put this on the table and open it for discussion. A question on the technicality. Councilman Eckert.
Yeah, just because it's just the amounts. So I'm presuming you already have a plan in place that when the existing person comes back with the new employee, because this isn't a position that we had planned to add, like is that a position we're going to continue forward then keep, or is this a temporary position that's in place? Or
I'll say that the route forward is not crystal clear, but we know that the need for the building official is absolute and we need to hire that person right now.
Okay, thank you.
And again, we will have discussion on the item as soon as it's on the table. If I would entertain that motion and a second to put it on the table.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Move to approve budget amendment number 260106 in the amount of $127,000 to hire a building official for the building department.
Second.
Excuse me. We have a motion and a second on the table, building official for the building department. I entertain questions. Mr. McVeigh.
Thanks, Mayor. Diane and Rob, just so I'm clear, had we approved a new building inspector position as part of the budget? Were we going to be hiring someone anyway?
This is an additional staff member.
Okay.
We have a deputy building official that would have moved into that role. For unforeseen reasons, that's not going to happen. And so we're filling the building official position.
Okay, all right. And so the $127,000 amendment would cover us through the end of the fiscal year. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Eckert.
Yeah, I was just going to say, we have all heard about the challenges all of our neighbors have in this area, and we've heard about how positive the experiences are in Poulsbo with our timelines and with the success of our building department. So I think even though this isn't something we planned for, we absolutely should support it. And it's one of those things we'll figure it out when we figure it out, because this is not an area that we can fall down on. Our community needs it, the staff needs it, and so I support it.
Councilwoman Livedall.
Yeah, I'd also just say the building department is never overstaffed as far as I can tell. So.
Any other discussion? Otherwise, I'm going to call for the question, beginning with Mr. Tabor to my left. Mr. Tabor.
Tabor, aye.
Eckert, aye.
Livedall, aye.
Fitzpatrick, aye.
McVeigh, aye.
Hill, aye.
And it passes unanimously. Thank you, Diane.
Thank you.
We are going to take the shortest of breaks, 5 minutes for a recess, reconvene at the table, and take up our workshop agenda. If everybody, we don't blink lights here like enough.
We're ready if you're ready. Let's go.
And the city council for March 4th is back in session. We're in the workshop agenda format, and there'll be 2 items on the workshop agenda tonight. The first will be the solid waste procurement update from Public Works, and then the long-awaited series number 4 installment, housing affordability. And then we'll have continued public comment after that at the podium as we did at the top of the meeting. So on that note, I'm going to turn it over to Diane Linnaeus and Mike Lund on solid waste.
Thank you. Tonight we have a quick update for all of you on our solid waste procurement process. We've reached a milestone and we have a long road ahead, so you'll have plenty of time to talk about solid waste this year. I'll keep it quick so you can move on to affordable housing. Tonight I have with me Mike Lund, our Public Works Superintendent, Shannon Wood, who is our Chief Administrator over at the Public Works Office, and she also leads solid waste as a member of the SWAC committee with the county. So she's very involved in our solid waste work. And then I'd also like to introduce online Jeanette Jurgensen from Been There Consulting. She is the consultant that is helping us identify potential candidates for hauling for our solid waste services, and also all the hard work in getting the contract and the RFP set up. So what I'll do is run quickly through the status for council and citizens, and then we'll be available for questions at the end. And if necessary, I'm sure Jeanette would be happy to answer some of your questions on a broader scale. So as you know, the city has always provided garbage service within the city limits and the growing UGA. We have contracted with Bainbridge Disposal for recycling and yard food waste collection. Their contract does reach its expiration in March of 2027. And we also got council direction in September of 2025 to move forward with a procurement process for outsourcing our garbage collection. What this means is we go through the RFP process, we accept proposals, we evaluate those proposals, and we bring the best one based on the qualifications and the cost to council for a decision later this year. The city has been working on the request for proposal process since the beginning of the year, and the comprehensive solid waste contracting process. The goal is to initiate a new contract March 1st, 2027, so that it can be both for garbage services and recycling services. So what we did was we started with a survey to citizens, and we did our best to outreach to get as much input as we possibly could. I'll be honest, we did not get very many responses to the survey, but it does align with what we think is important in terms of what our goal is to look out for citizens.
And Diane, if I could, just for the record, the survey was put out on everyone's utility billing as the featured message. So just want to put that on the record.
It was on our website, and it was also shared on Facebook. So using the methods that we have, we had gotten that out there. We have completed that work. We've also completed putting a draft RFP together and a draft contract and a rate sheet for them to fill out. We've run that through legal review. We just got the legal review back on Friday of last week. We've got a nice red line version that we were adopting changes on. And we have reached out through Jeanette, to solid waste haulers to solicit some interest in providing services to the city. Our schedule, this is the same schedule as I have shown you before. with maybe some minor tweaks. I want to let you know that as of Monday next week, we're ready to send the RFP and the contract out for industry review. That's round one. What that means is we send it out to all the providers within 50 miles roughly of the city. We give them a chance to look at it and for them to tell us whether or not they feel like they want to submit and whether or not there's anything that we have included in the contract and the RFP that precludes them from being able to submit. So we want to know that information up front. If they have questions or revisions that they think are necessary, they can tell us what those are. We'll make a decision about which changes to incorporate, and then we'll go out for the formal RFP for contract. And that gives them basically a month to look at the information that we've sent. We'll have a Q&A opportunity for them, and then we will do the formal solicitation and receive proposals in May and June. So by June, we'll be evaluating which haulers have provided the best proposal, and that's 60% based on cost and 40% based on the services that they will provide. They'll be scored, and then we'll be ready to bring a contract forward to council in July or August, depending on how long the negotiations take, to finalize the contract.
Question, Diane, on services, there are a few that are unique to the city of Poulsbo being a small town where we have a can-do attitude, like the 1-yard dumpster and some of the one-offs. Mike or Diane, is that going to be in the bid document? Is that really just something that was unique to Poulsbo? What's our expectation on that level? I'm just curious.
Well, we looked at how many citizens are actually using it, and we also looked at the survey for some guidance on the route to go, and this might be something that council wants to weigh in on. I believe there's less than 200.
There's less than 400 that use that. It's
Less than 400 that use it. The survey results showed that the most important thing is cost, reliability, and customer service. And there was not an indication, even though it was a small response rate, that there was a desire to keep that service. That doesn't mean that they can't purchase it, but it won't be a free service to everyone based on less than 400 doing it in any given year.
And then I did ask the question about that when we were getting our earlier discussions, and specifically for like lower income using it, and Mike and Diane were able to provide me numbers, specifically usage and then lower income resident usage, and it was very low. Because I said, I raised my hand, I'm guilty. I use those dumpsters every single year. I get my free one. So I won't personally miss it, but I won't hold up anything because of that.
Yeah. So we did have 44 respondents that were very thoughtful to the survey. We had the survey open for a couple of months, and we advertised it several times. And as I mentioned, cost was absolutely the highest in everyone's mind in terms of the reason why they would be interested in outsourcing the services. Customer service was second, education and outreach, and then the extra benefits actually came in the bottom. 80% of the respondents were very satisfied or satisfied with their current service. Customers didn't really want to pay extra for bulky items and other things for the benefit of all. And if customers were missed, they were willing to wait an extra week to get their service. They were okay with collection the day after the holiday. That's pretty standard. In the city, our team does collect on holidays, but it's very standard to be the day after the holiday. And that's consistent with trying to make it as cost-effective as possible. There was a desire for more recycling education. I would also say the individuals that responded probably have a higher interest in maybe recycling than others that did not respond. And there was a request for smaller recycling and yard waste container options. I will say that one person wrote in the comments, one person wants us to continue to provide our own solid waste services and not outsource. So that was one individual comment. I also received one email from someone, might have been the same person, that indicated they were concerned about receiving a low-cost step front and then prices rising over time, which one of the ways that we manage that is we are negotiating a 10-year contract with an option for a 5-year extension, and then it'll be reevaluated. Because we are a municipality, we can negotiate directly with the solid waste provider. The other options that municipalities can do is allow the Utilities and Transportation Commission to oversee the contract and have no agreement with the city. I think that is a method that does not allow you to ensure that your customers are receiving the best service. You're basically completely out of the loop. So we are choosing to continue to go this route. That's the extent of our little update. I do want to let you know that in a month after we received the comments from the industry, which is all of the potential interested haulers, we'll come back and let you know what we've received and how we're incorporating that into the contract. The initial version of the contract that we worked on and the solicitation was 75 pages. I didn't want to share the whole 75 with you. It's now down in the 50-page range, and after we have it refined, we'll bring it back to this group.
Before I entertain questions, I just want to state for the audience, why now, why this? It was some 10, 15 years ago, Debbie, you remember? Finance Committee and others met with the city and looked at already at that time privatizing solid waste. But it was such an essential part of the city. And at that point, we shared staffing across as a redundancy, and there was no compelling reason. It was before rates arrived where they are now. Let me just put it that way. And number two, for those of you who remember our retreat on future projects, one of them is the build out of the Public Works facility. We own the land. We're in an existing repurposed structure, not intended for Public Works. And we wanted to make sure we right-sized our plans and made sure we weren't building for something that wasn't in our long-term future. We're talking about millions of dollars. So this was the time to look at all the functions across the Public Works spectrum, and it was solid waste that lent itself to that examination. Thank you, Diane. Questions of council. Britt.
Kind of a comment, kind of a question. I'm all for having a range of choices in sizes of bins. I can appreciate someone needing a smaller bin. My concern happens to be on the fact that I pay Bainbridge Disposal for 2 recycling bins. So I hope that whoever we negotiate with, they would allow 2 recycling bins because I need it.
Gary.
Diane, I continue to believe we're headed in the right direction here. Thank you for the update. My question is, you mentioned that we're planning to share the RFP with haulers within 50 miles of Poulsbo. How many haulers are within 50 miles of Poulsbo we anticipate sharing the RFP with?
I'll ask Jeanette. I think it's 8 or 9.
There's 8 haulers within the 50-mile radius, and there's 1 hauler that is interested in coming to the area and exploring Poulsbo as being their first city.
Any other question? Rick?
Yeah, so could you explain the bulky item on the survey one more, just like what, compared to what we have now, like what was that kind of about? And just for Jeanette, just so you know, we love your company name, by the way.
Jeanette, since you're there, do you want to speak to the bulky item?
I would be happy to. In the contract, there are different options to include services either free or at a cost for each one, or leave it out. And when we asked the survey, it was, would everybody be willing to pay just a little bit more to have the option of getting a free bulky item hauled away every year? And the results came back that people preferred to just pay for their bulky item if they needed to.
Good clarity. So a little bit like our free dumpster, but instead it would just be you pay for it if you need it. Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
Any other discussion? I'm sure it is the consensus of the city that you proceed. We're doing the proposals, and I think we're in strong shape. Thank you for your hard work, Shannon, you as well, and look forward to seeing how the proposals land.
Thank you.
Diane and Mike are cleaning up. I'm going to call up Heather Wright and Nicole Coleman for the long anticipated, long awaited, and large audience on hand for Housing Affordability Workshop Series, the last of 4, Workshop 4. While they're setting up, I will share with the public. The previous 3 presentations in full are on the city website. They're easy to access. If you have any difficulty, you can call the city clerk, who's very adept at guiding you through the city website, but it should be very apparent. And those are lengthy PowerPoints. They're pretty self-explanatory, anywhere between 15 and 35 slides, but they're all detailed and self-explanatory. The work that has been done is just excellent. So, speaking of excellent work, City Planner Heather Wright.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. Yes, so as the Mayor said, all of the presentations, including the links to videos and any documents we provided, are available on, if you go to the Planning Department website, on the right side under the quick links, you'll find something called Housing Affordability, and that's where everything has been parked. This presentation is up there already if anyone wishes to pull it up and view it that way. I was able to not work on it until right before now, and so it's available on the website currently. So did my best. So tonight marks the 4th and final workshop in the Housing Affordability Series. Over the past 2 months, we have intentionally structured this process to move from education to alignment to policy direction. Tonight is not about introducing new information. It's about synthesizing what we have learned and confirming a clear path forward. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge something that I think is really important of the council, that choosing to go through a structured multi-session process like this is not typical for any city, let alone a small city like ours. Many jurisdictions address housing affordability reactively through individual code amendments or isolated program discussions, and Poulsbo has chosen a different path. We chose to slow down, build shared understanding, examine data, evaluate trade-offs, and have candid conversations about fiscal responsibility, infrastructure obligations, and community expectations. Housing affordability is a difficult topic, and I'll say that multiple times tonight. It intersects with land use, taxes, growth, neighborhood character, and long-term sustainability, and none of those are easy discussions to have. So your willingness to engage deeply, ask hard questions, and work through complexity in a disciplined way is really commendable, and I thank you for being willing to go through that. That intentional approach is unique, and it positions Poulsbo to move forward thoughtfully rather than reactively. So I also wanted to extend a thank you, which I know Heather did earlier during the department updates, to those, many of who are in the audience who have reached out to provide input or offered public comment during this workshop series. We learn best from those who are actively doing this work. So thank you to Kitsap Building Association, Habitat for Humanity, Jim Souls, Bo Baker, and others who took the time to share insight and perspective. It is appreciated. So those real world experiences that you can share help ground our policy discussions in practical reality. And so hearing directly from builders, nonprofit partners, and housing professionals has confirmed that there is no simple solutions, only very thoughtful ones. So thank you again. And just on a personal note, I have learned a tremendous amount through this process. It has reinforced that the best planning work happens when it is grounded in reality. So in the future, when we're looking at code amendments that we'll bring forward, it'll be done through the lens of the work that we've done through this workshop series. We'll be doing those code amendments with a deeper understanding of the impacts those changes may have. And that shared awareness strengthens our work. And I also hope that other departments can carry forward what we have collectively learned, applying this broader understanding of housing impacts when reviewing other policy decisions where housing interacts. So that's my introduction. So again, why are we here? Just as a reminder, that the workshop series was designed to build a shared understanding of the factors influencing housing affordability in Poulsbo, identify the tools within our authority, and guide council on setting policy direction for 2026 and beyond. Across 4 workshops, we have grounded ourselves in data and local conditions, distinguished between market forces and local cost drivers, evaluated programs and incentives, examined fiscal and administrative trade-offs, and narrowed the field to a focused set of strategies. Tonight, again, is not about new information, about confirming alignment and clarifying sequencing as we move forward. So policy direction and next steps. I will say it again, creating housing is complex. Creating affordable housing is even more complex. Housing development already involves land cost, infrastructure, financing, permitting, and construction risks. When affordability is layered into that equation, additional coordination, subsidy, and long-term compliance are often required. It demands patience to see results over time, partnership with nonprofit and private sector builders, fiscal discipline to protect infrastructure funding, and policy clarity so expectations are predictable and transparent. Throughout the series, we have acknowledged that the City of Poulsbo cannot solve regional housing challenges alone. Market forces such as interest rates and labor costs are beyond our control, but what we can control is how our policies functions within that broader context. We can ensure that our regulations are calibrated, our processes are predictable, and our strategies are aligned with the housing goals of the comprehensive plan, while remaining grounded in fiscal and administrative realities. So this workshop tonight is intended to bring that alignment into focus. Tonight is about confirming which tools should advance into structured program development and how staff should proceed in drafting the housing implementation plan, which we referred to last time. And we have some questions that we'll bring to you towards the end. So I wanted to come back to our comprehensive plan and the policies, just because I think it's important to come back to the work that the council did in 2024 and then adopted in 2025, because it was significant and it was a big body of work. So for those who don't know, the comprehensive plan is our adopted policy framework. It establishes our 20-year vision for the community and includes goals, policies related to all forms of housing diversity, affordability, land capacity, and infrastructure. While the plan looks long-term, its intent is not aspirational only. The intent is also implementation. Adopted policies are meant to guide real decisions, real programs, and real actions over time. So the work we have undertaken through this workshop series is not separate from the comprehensive plan, is a direct extension of it. By evaluating cost drivers, examining tools, we are operationalizing the housing goals that council has already adopted. So in other words, this process is implementation and action. We are taking long-range policies and translating them into measurable, fiscally responsible steps. So I just wanted to reiterate that we have a number of policies in our housing chapter that relate to the work that we've been doing through this workshop series, including identify and implement strategies to meet affordable housing targets, promote and encourage private developers and nonprofit organizations that seek to create increased housing and home ownership opportunities, and then also research emerging housing options or development incentives. So that's the work that we have been doing over the last 3 workshops, and that is supported by the policies that the council adopted in June of 2025. So I'm going to go over what we learned in each workshop just as a reminder. I won't spend too long on it. Workshop 1 established, again, a shared factual baseline. We reviewed Poulsbo's housing needs assessments, including renter and home ownership cost burdens, income segmentation by area median income, and housing production trends. We examined market-driven cost factors such as interest rates, labor shortages, regional demand, and then we distinguished them from locally controlled cost drivers such as development standards, zoning, flexibility, impact and application fees, utility connection charges, infrastructure, permitting timelines, all the things that we discussed. A central takeaway was that while the city cannot influence national economic condition, it does influence regulatory predictability, fee timing, and land planning decisions. These local drivers matter most for smaller projects, such as workforce housing and missing middle development or infill. So workshop 1 grounded the future discussions that we had in workshop 2 and 3.
Question on number 1, if I could,
Of course.
Nicole, rather than while we're focused on that. I know, speaking personally, just for myself, one of my biggest takeaways, and there were more than one from workshop number 1, was if we aggregate all our fee structures, the average was approximately, and correct me if I'm wrong, $53,000 per unit. And it was like a big duh moment for me. Like, why are we only seeing many larger housing units being built? And if you figure you were a developer and an investor are looking to amortize the cost of $53,000 just in permitting and fees, who would want to build a small property? So we're inadvertently or otherwise driving the market into these larger, more expensive units from a simple economic formula. And that was a big duh moment for me, I have to admit, Nicole.
Yeah, and just to clarify, the total for application fees and impact fees, there was about 25,000 per unit, and you add on additional infrastructure impact needs, and so that's where we got to about 53,000 was street and infrastructure work. That was the total. So, but yeah, it is, and to collect that data, I went through different types of projects, including detached single family, apartment complex, small detached single family, and attached single family, attached townhomes, and put all that permitting information, and it all came out to about 25,000 for fees. So it didn't matter the size of your units, the fees were the same. So that is correct.
Rick?
And to be fair, I remember plenty of conversations in the past. Some of that in the past was intentional. We talked about specifically having higher impact fees to guide development and in the past. And I think what this recognizes is that we've entered a different phase in the city, and that old plan, that old philosophy we're evolving away from that now. Because before it was, if we have higher fees, it sort of kind of helped control development in one direction. Now we're looking at a different type of, and so that's why I really like the idea of looking at that one, because some of that I think we intentionally made high in the past, and now we should intentionally make it low.
Doug Newell.
Yeah, just continuing the conversation, just for clarity, the fees that are charged, whether they be impact fees because they're supporting external government agencies or their connection fees because it's sewer and water, are the costs. We don't make a profit on those. Those are the costs to add the housing unit. And so the discussion is, does that new housing unit bear the costs of landing in the city? Or do we take the cost of that new connection and distribute it across the rest of the existing customers? It's still a cost that has to be borne.
Absolutely.
And so just in that clarity, we're discussing who bears the cost. Is it the newcomers or is it the existing residents? And I think it is a warranted for discussion, but often reminded from physics class, there is no free lunch.
Gary McVeigh.
Thanks, Mayor. Nicole, is there not any sort of gradation on these fees based on square footage of the unit?
I wouldn't be able to, and I know there's differences in connection fees, and there's some building permit fees are based on the valuation of the structure and the construction. I think what we will be looking at in the near future is that impact fees will be based on size of unit, which is a significant amount of money that gets paid, which is needed to support ongoing growth. But the state is requiring that all impact fees based on proportionality, so based on the size of the units.
Right.
So that will, in theory, the goal is to encourage smaller units because you pay a smaller impact fee. So.
And Heather, clarify for me the much celebrated ADU presets. What are we looking at right now, structure cost wise, on a hookup and totality of cost on the ADU program?
I know we recently went through the exercise of reducing those fees ahead of the other fees. Diane, do you have off the top what that total is?
It's actually pretty complicated. We have a full presentation on that that we can bring back to council because it depends on the nature of the ADU and the hookup, et cetera. But there is a discount.
Are we back to proportionality as we were just discussing?
So
Or is it from a different direction?
So ADUs do pay half of the impact fee. So they automatically have a reduction already for the impact fees. But I think what Diane is speaking to is the other permit.
For the transportation impact fee, they do have a reduction.
Yeah.
Yes, that's correct. I'll just say a couple of words that follow along the lines of what Councilmember Newell said is the RCW determines how much connection fees are based on the proportionate amount of capital improvements that are for growth and the proportionate amount that are for repair and maintenance of facilities, existing facilities. It's also a very regulated method for distributing the costs. So when you think about ERUs for either water, sewer, or storm, there's a lot of RCWs in our world that are not necessarily in the current planning code that are highly regulated in our world to create fairness. And it's not necessarily based on square footage. So it's just important to note.
And a question, Diane. We haven't had much condominium construction in the state for a long time due to legal reasons and liability. In a typical condominium, say a medium rise in Seattle, are each unit assessed their own hookup fee? Or are we talking a structure fee with a proportional split among the units within that single development?
It depends. Typically for a condominium, the developer will pay all of those connection fees. And so they aren't distributed to the individual units, although I'm certain when they price their units for sale, they obviously take that into account. It's the individual payment per month that would go to the individual units. So they're like two different things that we have to weigh. The other thing that I would mention that's kind of important is sometimes we think a little house doesn't use as much water as a big house. But we find there's a lot of couples maybe that like to live in a 5,000 square foot house. And we might find that an individual in a trailer park or an area where the infrastructure is not as good as using as much, if not more water than that larger house. So when Department of Health or the WAC codes regulate the engineering side of the house on proportioning those out, it's considered based on an equivalent residential unit. That's how that works.
And in terms of sewer, worth an ADU with one facility in it versus a multi-bedroom type facility, would sewer break away from that kind of formulaic approach?
So in the old world, I would say those are each one ERU. That's how it's set up and that's how it works. We did offer some grace on the water side, which also impacts the sewer side for ADUs. And that was a special thing that council has already approved. And you might remember, I think Michael Bateman gave the presentation on that. And what we said is if your ADU, and this is stepping outside the box a little bit, but if your ADU is able to connect based on fixture count to the same service that the main home is using, then we did not charge additional fees. So that's a discount that council has already provided that I think is going to be a benefit. We haven't seen a lot of ADUs come in the door yet. We need to monitor that because like Councilman Newell said, anytime you lower on one end, you raise on another end. So the other thing to look at is what subsidies are available. Kim was very successful at finding CHIP grants for the Nordic cottages, which helped to fund the connection fees. And that might be something that we look at in the future for some of these smaller houses. There's a lot of work to do to figure that stuff out, but the planning department's brought forward some really great ideas.
Okay, so then we moved on to workshop 2, which then we shifted the conversation from understanding cost to identifying tools within our authority as a city. We reviewed a range of regulatory, financial, and partnership-based strategies. If you recall, there was about 80 slides. It was a long night, but it was a good deep dive into various strategies such as the local housing fund, fee waivers, reductions, deferrals, land banking, zoning flexibility, and density bonuses. And then what also came out of that workshop 2 discussion was an interest in exploring an urban growth area swap a little more maybe seriously sooner versus later, and then also evaluating what longer term it might look like for annexation. And so those came out of that workshop 2 discussion that staff hadn't originally brought to the council, or was it workshop 1? It was one of them. But yeah, so that was something that you guys really kind of brought to our attention. So in workshop 2, we reinforce an important distinction that deeply affordable housing typically requires direct financial participation or land leverage, while workforce housing may respond to regulatory flexibility and cost adjustments. We also emphasize calibration. Incentives must be meaningful enough to influence feasibility without undermining infrastructure funding or long-term fiscal sustainability. So at the end of workshop 2, we narrowed the field to strategies appropriate for deeper consideration based on the council's kind of response to our survey, so that we didn't come back with another 80 slide. Well, we did almost at the same time, but our goal was to not be 150 slides at the next presentation. So then workshop 3, which was really the hard part, was diving in deep to some of these programs and incentives. And a lot of it was evaluating the trade-offs, just like Councilman Newell said, and Diane, is that there's no, someone pays for the fees, they don't just go away. And so those are part of the trade-offs. So housing policy cannot be evaluated. This is also something we discussed at length, that we can't look at housing policy without looking at the impacts to other needs in our city, such as parks, transportation, utilities, because that all is funded by capital funding, which comes from a lot of our fees and our impact fees and things like that. So we examine the difference between fee deferrals and fee waivers, the impact of revenue timing on infrastructure funding. And then another key point was administrative capacity for monitoring ongoing compliance of any of these programs. Sequencing options for near-term versus long-term goals of what we're trying to achieve as a city. And then a guiding principle emerged, which I thought was really great that came out of your discussion again, was that programs should be pilotable, adjustable, and measurable. So seeking opportunities where you can dip your toe into something without going full bore, and then being able to kind of evaluate how it's working. And then workshop 3 also ensured that potential strategies were evaluated through a fiscal and administrative lens, which was our goal. So one other thing I come back to is that the work that you've been doing is deliberate, disciplined, and you're forward-looking. Across all workshops, consistent themes emerged. Again, housing affordability is one of the most complex challenges facing cities today, and it will not be solved in a single budget cycle or through one ordinance amendment. And as a small city, our responsibility is not to overextend. It is to act intentionally and align housing strategies with long-term sustainability. And then progress will come from clear direction, careful sequencing, strategic partnerships, and measurable implementation steps. And this was outlined in a little more detail in your summary report that you received in your agenda packet. But the guiding themes that came out of this process as well include feasibility-focused policy. So tools must influence real-world project viability. It's easy to adopt a tool that doesn't really work because it feels good to adopt it, but will it actually achieve actual housing units ultimately? I think that's the goal. Fiscal responsibility, infrastructure, again, and capital funding cannot be compromised without a clear replacement strategy. So what is that what subsidy is going to replace if we go down that path? Administrative realism, programs requiring long-term monitoring must align with staffing capacity. Again, we are a small city. that tries to do a lot. Targeted approaches by income level, different AMI bands require different policy responses, and then adaptability over time. Again, those programs should allow for recalibration based on measurable outcomes. And so those were the primary themes that came out of your conversations in the last 3 workshops. So I'm not going to spend too much time on program profiles and implementation structure, but I wanted to briefly go over what was in your summary letter and also for the general public if they hadn't had a chance to look at it. So in response to the discussion you have had over the past 3 workshops, staff has prepared the summary program profiles that reflect what we understood to be council's direction, priorities, and areas of caution. Again, these are not final program designs. Rather, they are structured summaries intended to capture the assumptions, parameters, and guardrails that emerge from your conversations. So as we move through each program, I will briefly review the core purpose, target population, and implementation considerations as we understood them from your conversations. And if any of those assumptions do not accurately reflect your intent, we would like you to clarify that. We want to hear your feedback and see if we captured what you were thinking appropriately. Your feedback tonight will help ensure that the future housing implementation plan is grounded in your direction and aligned with the discussion you have had throughout this series. And then we're not asking you to make any final decisions on your program design. These profiles are intended to confirm whether staff accurately captured your direction. And then towards the end of the presentation, we will take a short break and allow those who have not completed the final survey to do that. And it is in your email. And we know that 3 of you have completed it already. And it's, yes, check your email from me. There's a link and it should be there. But we'll take a break and we can help you get there if you need to. So. And that's just to help staff understand where priorities are emerging across these programs. And then those responses will help frame future workshops, which Heather will talk about a little bit in a minute, and where we can dive deeper into program structure, fiscal calibration, and implementation considerations. So one of the items that there was a lot of interest in, primarily because we basically already have the concept of a local housing fund with our 1/10 of 1%, which is affordable housing sales tax. The revenue source is already authorized, so we already have the 1/10 of 1%, and this policy focuses on governance. So that moving forward, it's looking at governance, eligibility of criteria, accountability, and alignment. So the discussion that council had was very much focused on what is permitted with the 1/10 of 1%, which is geared towards 60% AMI or below. But there was a strong interest in workforce housing when potential funding sources become available. So establishing the framework so that if those funding sources or if the future council decides they'd like to fund a piece of that, then the framework is there and the structure is there. And the criteria for the type of projects that might get funded are also there. So we don't have to create that at the time. And this lines up really well with the ad hoc committee's report through 3H department and the work that Kim has done, and their interest in having some direction and guardrails around how the 1/10 of 1% is spent beyond what has already been allocated for Nordic cottages and the recovery center. Let me see if there's anything else. So yeah, there is a survey question at the end, just so you know, that that asks council to rank which income levels you believe should be prioritized for eligibility with these funds, just to confirm the conversations you've had and the assumptions that we made. We just want to make sure that's solid. So clear governance and periodic council oversight would be central to further implementation of a local housing fund. And yeah, if there's any questions about any of these programs we go through, please, and if our assumptions are incorrect, and now's your time to speak up on each program. But you will have future opportunity too, so that implies that you can never speak to it again. So the next program is land banking, which was also a strong interest in understanding, because as we learned is that a big cost to housing development is simply the land. If you can if the city can leverage land that we have or that we could have donated to us in the future, there's an opportunity there to then provide that source to the private side to build the housing. And we could be very specific about what type of housing and what that looks like. There was a desire not to go along the lines of acquisition because that requires funding in order to purchase properties. But could we have a more formal donation program where we actually seek out donations? Whereas currently someone might come to us and say, hey, I've got this property. I'm just going to donate to the city for parks. This would be more proactive in seeking out donations specifically for housing in the future. We could, limit it to affordable housing, those kind of things. That structure will be created in the future, but there will be 2 survey questions related to land banking. One asks whether council would support exploring land acquisition or focusing solely on volunteer land donation. Again, just to confirm those assumptions that we made. And other asks whether council would support staff reviewing the city's existing land inventory. So Councilmember McVeigh asked about looking at existing land that we currently own. We do have some of that, but do we want to, in the future, really dive into that a little more as a council in a separate workshop? So we just want to get a sense if you're, all interested in something like that. The approach avoids speculative acquisition and limits fiscal exposure. Donated properties would undergo feasibility screening to ensure alignment and infrastructure capacity. Because again, if it's property that doesn't have sewer and water connection and is encumbered by critical areas, it might not be something that is viable for housing, which is maybe why it's being donated to the city. But those are all things that we'll have to evaluate and review. And again, acceptance of any property would remain subject to council approval in the future. And the assumption we made is that development of that property would be partner-led with the city acting in an evaluation and facilitative role. But that's what we heard from you. So. Okay. Preservation is another one that the council had some interest in, but it's complicated because preservation implies acquisition, which implies funding. Because if a currently affordable apartment complex comes up for sale, it's at market rate. It's not that it's reduced because the city wants to buy it. We would have to be able and willing to buy it at the market rate in a competitive process. So that's really complicated and hard for a small city to do. It's hard for most cities to do, but especially a small city. So what we kind of took away from those conversations was an interest to kind of park preservation under a local housing fund concept. If future funding becomes available, is there an opportunity to use the local housing fund to acquire? Again, the city wouldn't choose what to be property owners and landlords, but it would be a third party partner that would, like Housing Kitsap or someone else, that would manage the property. But that is the conversation we felt like you had.
We took a bit of a preservation course on manufactured housing community, the Poulsbo manufacturing. Can you share just real briefly the tools we used there, because they were not financial, they were code and regulation?
Yeah.
Hey, thank you, Mayor. I can speak to that. There were some tools that the state has passed. In particular, if any mobile home park is for sale, they do have to provide notification to all the tenants and provide them the opportunity to purchase the mobile home park. That was a tool that the state actually enabled, but the city took that a step further. And last year, through the comprehensive plan update, the city chose to rezone the mobile home parks. And that ensures that any redevelopment of that park wouldn't maintain mobile home park units. It doesn't prevent the sale of the park, but those controls were already provided through the state. Thank you.
Okay. Then we get to fee deferrals. Fee deferrals shift from the timing of certain fees, the concept of deferrals, which is what the council generally had conversation about, but I'll get to another piece in a second. But fee deferral shift the timing of certain fees so they ease upfront financial burdens while preserving long-term revenue. Impact fees and utility charges represent significant upfront costs, as we've heard. Deferrals may improve feasibility, particularly for income restricted or workforce housing. However, As we already discussed, clear eligibility standards, repayment terms, and administrative coordination are essential to maintain fiscal responsibility. There's a question on the survey related to fee deferrals because we got the sense that council was interested in that side of things, but there was also a couple council members interested in maybe fee waivers for specific type of low, very deeply affordable housing. So the question on the survey asks you, are you interested in deferral for this type of housing, waiver for this type of housing, just so we can kind of hone in a little bit more as what the council is thinking about. So, yes.
Yeah, just and turning to the audience, not to answer, and I don't want to get in an interactive discussion, but if KBA could send us a note later, or myself a note later, since you keep bringing up FER, you've raised the option of FER deferrals. In our discussion before, we know that in 2016, the RCW was changed to allow impact fee deferrals from the time of building permit to the time of certificate of occupancy. At that time, a week or two ago, I think I asked Diane how many we've seen. Her memory was 1. Has that changed at all?
Yeah, there's some specific requirements around it. We had one developer that I know of express an interest in that, and at the end of the day, they did not follow through with that request for deferral.
So I guess just from that standpoint, we're talking about it. We've had in our municipal code, it looks like since 2016, 2017, sometime after the RCW. And it doesn't appear to be a tool that's being used here in town. I guess why not? And if why not, then again, it's some later date if the people listening could give us some feedback on what's wrong with our existing fee deferral program.
Yeah.
I'm just
Absolutely.
I can offer one thing really quick on that. As a building department and an engineering department, we don't seek to encourage fee deferrals. So it's not like we're out there seeking individuals to do that as well. So.
And that makes sense. I just know it was a big push.
Yeah.
The law got changed. Our code got changed. We're talking about it again.
Yeah. It's always good to understand what we currently have and why it's not being used. And then that helps us understand if it's worth recalibrating or if it's a recalibration we're not willing to entertain. That might be it too.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, so I appreciate your comments because I saw deferral and waiver sort of as a spectrum. Deferral in some cases, waiver in some cases, none in others. So I did bring it up to Heather and she pointed me at the survey because I admittedly looked at your email on my phone and did not see the link. So then I looked at it on right. So then I looked back and so yes, now I have the option to pick and choose. And I still think it's a spectrum. I think, potentially deferral in some cases, waiver in some cases, waiver being when we're trying to encourage a certain type of house in a certain area, essentially to get them to do what we want that maybe that doesn't fit what they want. But if we offer enough, now it pencils, waiver seems like that's a little more the option. And it also sounds like just from what we talked about a little bit ago, we probably have more flexibility on anything that's going to come out of the general fund versus anything that's going to come out of utility fund. So, and I think that's kind of what I'm hearing is so we can waive things when we're talking about maybe staff time and some things like that. But when we're getting into the utilities, that's where we lose flexibility.
Yeah.
And did I kind of hear that right?
That is my understanding as well.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm looking at Diane too. Is that, would you say that's true? That we have more flexibility on anything that's coming out of general fund when we talk about impact fees and all that, much less when we're talking about anything that comes out of the utilities. So like when it comes to deferral and waivers.
Traffic impact fees are somewhat out of the general fund. Are you talking about traffic impact fees or park impact fees?
That whole $53,000, right? It's parsed up in different pieces. Some of it, we don't really have a lot of flexibility as a city that we can do much.
Well, I guess
But
I would.
others, we might have a little more flexibility.
Yeah, I wouldn't be comfortable saying that because we put together a functional plan, which is for each of our utilities. We put together a transportation plan, a parks plan, a capital program. And so if we make a change in terms of deferrals or waivers or any of those, we need to go back and look at those plans and adjust them to reflect the nature of what the deferral or the waiver is or the subsidy that gets offered. So I wouldn't offer a general question. I would say there's an impact for sure. And it's important to think about what are the parameters that we would put around that impact? What is the focused impact that we want to have? And how can we narrow that laser focus on the impact we want to have? So it's not a global impact that doesn't allow us, for example, to go after grants for certain projects because we don't have our match, et cetera.
Okay.
So it just needs to be thoughtful. And I think that council's been very thoughtful about the whole process.
Okay. And I guess I'm thinking more or less in what the impact is and more what's legally allowable. So.
I can also add a little bit to that.
Yeah.
I think where a little bit of the difference is when you're asking for a waiver in the utilities, the waiver you would be asking for is in your connection fees, and then that is borne by your ratepayers and not necessarily your tax dollars to support it. So I think that's where the differentiating factor is are your ratepayers going to be able to borne that subsidy that you're providing for connection fees?
Okay. And that's what I was saying is like I said, what's legally allowable versus what we could by policy choose to do. It seems like there's more flexibility, general fund dollars than utility rate, understanding whatever we decide to do has impact. And I just want to make sure, because again, when I vote here in a little bit on deferrals, waivers, none, all, understanding that we can't do certain things, other things we got to understand the impacts of what we do.
Yep.
So I want to make sure I'm framing it correctly before I vote.
So I have a question for Debbie. And understanding that our audit from the state is one of the great guardrails that keeps us moving in the right direction. Is there leeway when it comes to the enterprises to recognize public benefit? If council were to define it within the scope of the RCWs, that would allow us some leeway in consideration for any number of approaches, hookup fees and otherwise.
You have a leeway in the fact that your tax dollars can support your utility funds. Your utility funds cannot support your general government funds. So if you waived any of those utility fees, number one, it have to be borne by the ratepayers, or could you designate some of your government tax dollars to supplement those connection fees in your utilities? And I think that's where the struggle is because we base those connection fees on supporting the system. And anytime you decline that, you're going to go back and you're going to adjust all those rates to make sure you're covering that future infrastructure and all of those improvements.
Yeah. That's part of those trade-offs that we discussed. And my final line for this program is the tool requires careful collaboration and defined parameters, which I think is what you guys just talked about. So yeah, it's been the program that's been the most, it's had the most interest among council at times, but it's also had the most questions. So I think there's a lot to it and a lot that needs further conversation if interested. Well, there's always opportunity, that's like I said, to go back and recalibrate. So the other item that was of heavy interest was an urban growth area swap, and that is UGA adjustments. So basically working with the county and looking at property in an urban growth area that we know will not develop any sort of housing because it's got encumbered by critical areas or it's limited by infrastructure, sewer, water, things like that that prevent viable development. So there is an opportunity in the state law that allows swapping of that urban growth area. So we can start engaging the county in that conversation. But again, it's not something that's quick. It's dealing with long-term land capacity, not direct affordability subsidies or anything in the short term. Again, it requires regional coordination. We have to evaluate infrastructure and then, of course, be GMA Growth Management Act compliant. So while expanding capacity may influence long-term supply conditions, boundary changes are inherently structural and long-range in nature.
Just a quick question. It popped up in my head when you were talking about donations earlier, because it made me think of this. Is there a minimum size for swapping with the county?
My understanding of the process is it's a like for like sort of, but I don't know if, if we only had an acre, if it's worth the time. So are you saying if there's like a minimum
Yeah, because I'm
acreage?
thinking that depending
Okay.
on if somebody donates something and we know it's not usable, but is there a certain size that it's like, that's just too small to be eligible for this?
Oh, for urban growth area or for land banking, but maybe both?
Well, like someone donates us
Okay.
land and then we look at it and go, this is never going to be buildable.
Yeah.
Maybe it's now something we would want to swap, but it's just like, it's just under the threshold that it would even be considered.
Yeah, then I'm not
For
sure.
any of those, you really are looking at the fringe of the boundaries of the city as well as the UGA, because you can't create an island, right? So depending on where that property is located, if it has to be on the edge, really.
We got
to
a
make
couple
that really
islands
work.
now, so that's why I was just.
We don't talk about those islands.
So legally, there's no minimum size. It's practically and time constraints and all that.
I think just what's worth it.
It's a good lift
Yeah.
that you want to make it worth.
We're not going to do a single sized house property.
No,
just now.
It would have to be worth the staff effort. Yeah. Okay, we're almost there. It's much shorter than the last three, so. So annexation is another one that came up as a conversation. And again, this is a very long-term supply strategy, focus on expanding the boundaries where services are feasible. So again, it doesn't directly lead to specific type of housing, but it increases the land available, the supply of land, and hopefully buildable land. It's something that staff can evaluate a little further as we head into our 2029 comprehensive plan check-in, and then our major update in 2034. But it's something that is interesting to hear that the council might be interested in having more conversations about. But again, it's not a matter of just annexing. We have to be able to provide services to those new residents. So that's city services, and that's expanding sewer, water, street services, garbage, all the things that you could think about. So again, those are the trade-offs. So it increases land, but it also creates more financial needs for the city. Okay, so looking at, again, coming back to the comp plan, because you guys know how much I love that. So any chance I have to go back to it, I'll take that opportunity. Oh, no, never. No. Silly. It's online. There's a beautiful version online that I can get to at any time of the night, because 3 a.m. I love to wake up and read the comp plan. So the comprehensive plan, again, as part of the 2024 update with recently adopted state mandates, we had to look at income segments, and then we were allocated certain amount of housing per income segment. And we went through that process as part of the comprehensive plan update. These allocations were distribute required capacity across specific AMI categories. In previous years, we were allocated a certain population that we had to show that we could meet that population in city limits. This new requirement required that we look at how we can plan for and accommodate these income segments, in which equals a certain type of housing, generally speaking. And so we went through that analysis. We looked at land capacity, and we have been certified by the state, by PSRC. We're meeting all those requirements to plan for and accommodate. But again, these are just planning for and allowing those housing units to be built, but it doesn't necessarily equal those types of housing units. And so what we've gone through these workshops is to look at how we can further encourage or incentivize certain housing types, which meet those income level requirements at the state level as well. So I wanted to bring those back and show you what that looks like. So these are the income segments that we were, and then the number of units that we were allocated. Again, this is part of a regional process and then a county process. So Heather engaged in that at KRCC level. So they went through and distributed the different housing types. And this shows you the different tools that we've evaluated, including those kind of secondary tools that you've shown some interest in, but not necessarily interested in immediate, and where those fit on the spectrum, which I think is helpful to have an image of where these tools can have an impact, generally speaking.
This allocation and its additional units toward the lower income spectrum is a mandate of the state or PSRC or whom?
It came out of the amendments to the Growth Management Act as part of House Bill 1220 in 2021. And it requires that we plan for and accommodate. So we have to show through a process, which is in the appendices of our comprehensive plan, how our current zoning or future zoning can meet these needs. It doesn't mean that we have to guarantee they get built because we don't control the market, but we have to show that we can accommodate that if it's desired by the private market. And then there's certain housing types associated with different income levels. Of course, it's not perfect, but generally speaking, smaller apartments are associated with lower AMI, larger single family are associated with, which is interesting. But we've had a lot come on board in the last few years since we've been allocated
Really,
these numbers.
the total of 2,044 housing units that you spread over the spectrum, our requirement for the state is basically to provide the concurrency for the potential
For the
those
potential.
to be built.
Yes.
The rest of it is basically market driven, unless like Nordic Cottages,
Yes.
we do a one-off. Is that correct?
That is correct. Oh,
Yes, you're absolutely correct, Mayor. So all we have to do is we've done, the zoning shows that we can do it.
Yes.
And this council is taking it a step further and showing what kind of policies and programs are we interested in pursuing to take it to that next level, to stir the pot and see if we can make it happen.
So Heather and Nicole, you've brought us back to the comprehensive plan a couple of times. One of the things we did in the comp plan when we updated it was significantly increase building heights. Realizing that in order to accommodate the growth targets and other realities of wanting the right mixture of housing types, we are limited with how far out we can go, so we need to go up. So in some cases, we raise building heights by 10 to 20 feet. Is it too soon to say whether that's had any sort of impact? Do we anticipate it will? I'm just kind of looking for any sort of thoughts on that, because it was a significant change for this community.
It was, and it is one of the reasons that the fire department got their ladder truck this last weekend was based on the fact that we raised building heights and there was a need now. We have not had anybody come in and ask for those heights in those zones that we allow it. One of the ways that we were able to meet the housing allocation in the 0 to 30 and 30 to 50 was with those height increases, because we could show the capacity for smaller units, which would meet that. Again, that's an exercise on paper. What actually gets built and what happens is a whole other. But I think it's a really good point, though, that again, this council has done a lot in the last several years to try and increase flexibility and housing opportunity. And there's a lot of housing currently being built in our city. There's not a lack of construction. And so, but there's a very specific, there's the apartments at Oslo has 463 units. That will have a difference in the market once those start coming on board, and they're going to start vertical construction this spring. And then we have the many subdivisions that meet that, larger household need. But again, we're trying to find that middle ground where we can find housing affordability for ownership and between those margins.
Well, and it seems like going through this process and maybe finding some other ways that programs could be stacked might influence that, those extended height. And we were, as I recall, the areas where we increased the height was pretty limited. So, I mean, and they were there are challenging areas.
Yeah, I mean, and part of the reason we chose those because they were challenging. So you want to create some incentive and and I've had candid conversations with the development community throughout this process and before this process and understanding specifically 10th Avenue up on the hillside. Those are commercial properties that have been zoned commercial for I don't know how long. And they're so expensive because of the topography and there are some potential streams that come down the hillside and you know, everyone I've talked to has said, okay, the only thing that'll make those go, and a council member Newell asked me this, and I said the same thing to him, was everyone has said MFTE, the multifamily tax exemption, those properties. But that's a choice we have to make. But we've done a lot in the last several years, and is it worth kind of letting it settle and seeing, or do we stay proactive and get ahead of the next step?
Well, the multifamily tax exemption you brought up raises another question for me. And I guess we haven't really talked about it too much yet, I don't think. And that is, how are we going to circle in our planning commission with these presentations that we've been engaged in? Because we have, for years, depended on our planning commission to help advise us in these areas. And they specifically looked at the multifamily housing tax exemption not too long ago, as I recall. Had a pretty deep dive on that, is what I'm told.
Yeah.
And they came back not recommending that to us. So, you know, there's a little bit, I guess I won't say it's a disconnect, but we need to get them engaged and we need to, I think, determine, make sure that we're all kind of aligned in terms of our goals for the community. So I would just ask you to think about that, how we might want to accomplish that, to make sure that we're all rowing in the same direction.
Yeah, Gary, I agree. I was on planning commission when we had that conversation and we really had a deep discussion with Heather and team with regards to what's the cost to implement, the fact that small cities are having to add a half of FTE to monitor it, what's the benefit, and we couldn't come away with a blanket yes. I think subsequent individual conversations, both when I was on planning commission and since then, is it might be at the parcel level where we have something we want to do, vice at the, hey, we would be open at the city level. And it, just because of the fact that it takes property tax money out of so many different buckets, and it costs the city FTE, it was like, well, that's a pretty big tool, maybe for a specific thing. But to your point, yes, absolutely agree. Planning commission should struggle with it before we struggle with it.
Let's let Heather answer, and then it's Rick, and then it's Britt.
Councilmember McVeigh, I just want to acknowledge what you asked, and it's something Nicole and I discussed a couple of times through this process is when to bring in the Planning Commission, because so many of these programs are outside of the Commission's authority. They don't necessarily impact their chapters of the code that they have the ability to impact. We thought it would be best to start with the council. This all started, as you recall, from impact fee discussion, which again is not something that typically goes to the Commission. However, you'll see the secondary implementation tools, some of those will go to the Planning Commission. And Nicole and I have talked about too, would there be value in having a condensed version of this House of Affordability workshop series with our commission? And that's something we may discuss with them just so they can have all the same information that you all have. So I appreciate you bringing that up because they're an important part of this puzzle.
Just want to remind everyone that as a council, we sort of set the multifamily tax exemption aside as a focus for this. I mean, you gave us, that was in the initial menu of options, and we sort of said, and I mean, I'm not going to be able to reiterate what that change was, but there was a change to it.
There's been a change, Sorry, and I didn't mean to bring it up to have to imply that there was a chance of looking at it. I just wanted to give an example.
Yeah.
So
yeah, thanks.
Yeah, and I think part of it too is we're looking pretty high level right now, and some of the things we decide from this point forward will end up at the planning commission, and they'll be kind of be executing decisions. But
Yeah.
one question to make sure I'm understanding,
Mhm.
and maybe it's my math is off. The 2044, that's the year, not the number of units, right?
Yeah, the total number of
Okay.
units is
1970.
1977.
Yeah, I did
Yeah.
the math. I'm like, wait, I came up with 1977 three times. I'm like, so am I wrong or
The 2044 horizon.
right? That's
Planning
what
horizon. My apologies.
I just wanted to make sure that, yeah, I'm
Yeah.
like, I read it as year, but then I just
It
want to
wouldn't
make
be,
sure. I was-
it wouldn't surprise me if my
then?
math was wrong too.
Nicole, repeat the units versus the year.
The planning horizon that we're planning for is 2044. The number of total housing units is 1977. So
Yeah, it's almost on
1,907.
top of each other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then
So-
that's how it's allocated throughout the income bands.
Yeah, and so with 468 just in Oslo, I had done the math at one point of all the various things that you all brought to us, and I came up with almost 1,000,
Mhm.
like almost 1,000 units of various types building right now. of
Yeah.
Some degree of building.
Yeah,
So-
there's a lot happening and I have that math too of all the currently
Yeah,
under
it was like
developed.
900 and something, and I was doing very quick off my head
Yeah.
math, not even looking at individual plats and all that. So, so we're kind of got half of this already looked at.
We've done a
So,
lot of really good work.
yeah. So again, I'm back to, I think this is we're changing course here. We've let the market sort of do its thing, and it's done its thing, and now we want to change direction a bit, and we've heard ways that we could do it that would help it get to where we want it to go and where the need is. I like this chart very much.
Oh, good.
Because I like the fact, I mean, it's visual
Mhm.
and you see it all at once, but it also highlights that some of the things we talked about and kind of what I wanted, it lays out. Like, I mean, we talked about wanting workforce housing that's sort of, you know, around the 60 to 80 AMI. And, you know, a lot of the things we talked about fall right in that range.
Mhm.
If we do local housing where it's more us driven, you know, that's the low end. That's the stuff we're already working on, like we did with Nordic Cottages. If we do annexation and UGA swaps, which I said last time, I feel like that's the way to give developers that don't want to do what we're asking the pressure release valve to keep, okay, you want to keep doing your thing, do your thing. This is the area outside the city now that we can do it, that hits the high end. So I really like this chart. I think it's a great way to encapsulate everything we've been talking about. And I think it shows the three-pronged approach that I think we need if we adopt a series of these things, short-term, midterm, long-term, intensive through less.
Yeah.
So
Absolutely.
Michael,
Thank you for this, Nicole.
Of course.
I'm looking at this chart and I'm trying to decide the degree to which this is aspirational versus measurable.
Mm-hmm.
The row on the top gives us these 2044 targets, and I'm sort of asking myself, to what degree will these numbers be revisited between now and 2044? I mean, were there 2004 numbers that we can then go and look and see what happened between 2004 and now? And is that something that we could be doing in the years and decades to come to kind of see these columns that fall below, the degree to which they are actually moving us? You know, I mean, I like the color coding, but I want to know, how do I know, say 5 years from now,
Yeah.
if the purple boxes moved the numbers on the top row in the direction that we wanted?
Yeah. No, that's great because I spend probably too much time tracking these things. I kind of have gotten into the weeds about these AMIs and what they mean. And because again, they are aspirational. They're not necessarily, is the state going to come back to us in 5 to 10 years and say, you didn't do this now, you know, like, what does that mean? So one of the things that I like to do is track. And so at any time, I'm happy to update our numbers and show you, because these are, this is a moment in time from, we were allocated these in 2021, somewhere around there. So we can So I can take the numbers we had then, what we've had built, what we have under construction, what we have planned, and I can show you where those meet certain income levels. And we can look at that yearly. If that's something the council is interested in, I'd be happy to bring that forward just to say, here's where we're at. This is what we've done.
And how would we link what has happened to the columns?
Yep. Yeah, I think there's a way we can come back to that. Absolutely.
So let me survey the council. It is 7:30 PM. Nicole's next slide is take a break. Do you want to take a break or just roll forward?
Well, the break is simply for the survey. So however long it takes you to respond. Yeah.
Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break.
Perfect.
We are reconvening the workshop portion of the March 4th City Council meeting. We'll turn back to Nicole and Heather for the final slides.
And note that at least one council member is outstanding on their survey.
That would be Mr. Tabor, who's been really occupied with math, which is fine. I want him to make an informed decision. Okay, so I just,
Can we edit the surveys after we,
no. Again, nothing you do here is set in stone for life. We have opportunities to discuss again. So, okay, so it's all good. We just have 2 more slides and we're done with our workshop. But just wanted to reiterate that this is a marathon, not a sprint. Except for Councilmember Tabor, he's sprinting all over the place. But housing, thank you. Thank you very much. So housing affordability is not a sprint toward a single solution. It's a long-term commitment to thoughtful policy, fiscal responsibility, and community balance. Again, tonight is not the end of the conversation. It's the beginning of what we like to think of as disciplined implementation. So, and now that Heather has sat up here the whole time with me, she wants to talk a little bit about the housing implementation plan.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So we introduced you all and promised to bring back to you all a housing implementation plan. So similar to you have a transportation improvement plan, a capital improvement plan, we want to do the same thing for housing. So we introduced that idea. The survey tonight is going to inform that. And what it will provide is, this is a 20-year game we are playing right now, and we're trying to target those numbers. And how do we see that we've actually met those targets? And what the housing implementation plan will give us a 6-year check-in. Nicole mentioned tonight she could do those maybe on an annual basis if that's something that you want. But the 6 years shows us the tools that we've adopted and how we can actually make them work to meeting those targets. And are they working? Because it'll give us a time to recalibrate if need be. How we're going to do that is each of the items that you all have chosen, plus the information that we've gained from the survey, will be a starting point for future discussion. So what we anticipate, for example, land banking, we can bring back to you all at a future workshop, which for those listening, the second Wednesday of the month will be dedicated to deep dive workshops. And so we can anticipate land banking may come back at a future deep dive workshop. We can look at our existing property inventory and we can talk about the structure of that program based on the input that you've given us. And once we've completed this series for each of the topics, that will be rolled into the housing implementation plan that you all can adopt. And when council comes back to us and says, we need your 5-year check-in, our commerce comes back to us and says, what have you done in these 5 years for housing? We can show we've already done all of this work. So thank you all for sticking in, rolling up your sleeves. As Fitzpatrick said earlier, we are thinking, learning, and strategizing. That is what we're doing in action here tonight. And an extra special thank you to Nicole, because she has put her whole self into this project in these last few months. So
much appreciated.
So time for discussion of the council. Do you have any guidance you want to give us before we go free ranging?
Do you want to see the results live, or that's something you care about? I mean, of course you care about that. Sorry. I can.
totals?
Now I have 7, so I feel good. Okay, so here are the live results. So please rank the program eligibility options for the local housing fund. So we wanted to get a sense of, and Kim with 3H also wanted to get a better understanding for the 0.1% where we might want to spend those additional funds. So this will help focus that a little bit. And it shows a desire to maybe look at workforce housing as if funding is available. So that gives some priority, which is great. It looks like there is some interest in acquisition of land. Again, looking at funding in the future maybe, but it's just something that people are probably, okay, I'm interested. So we just wanted to zero in on that a little bit more. Another one with land banking. Do you want to look at our current inventory and to evaluate potential sale property with proceeds used? And so different options there. And it looks like This one is buildability of each property. So just getting a sense of what we have and what the options are, which is a good first step. So, oh, and then the potential sell, there we go. Potential sale of property that maybe could be allocated to the local housing fund for, so is there property we have that could be great for a market rate type of project? And is it a matter of just selling it? And we can use those funds to leverage other more affordable projects. So I think it's worth looking at and spending a little bit of time. And then looking at impact fee relief by housing types, we wanted to get a sense of where the council was interested. And then, so we have one, you're really you're not interested in looking at impact fee deferrals for market rate, but you are interested in looking at for workforce housing. And then also generally interested in different income levels as well. But it does show that for market rate, yeah, that's not something you're wanting to entertain. Okay. And then we also asked about timing for UGA swap. Appreciate giving us a little bit of leeway so we can start those conversations. So looking, we just wanted to get a sense of how urgent it was to council. If it was something like change your work plan, work on this now, that would give us an idea. But it looks like we continue with our work plan and then consider that for next year. And then wanted to see if there, after all this discussion, if there was any programs that you were no longer interested in. And it looks like very minimal, maybe for annexation and land banking, not interested anymore, but still very strong interest or neutral for those other programs. So we just didn't want to come to the end and have you say as a council, oh, we don't even want to talk about that anymore. So, okay. And that's it. Those are the responses.
Thank you.
Of course.
Let me kick off the discussion with one thing I can be clear on. And I'm going to borrow a phrase that Rick has been using these last couple of workshops where he talks about a multi-pronged approach. So from my standpoint, I'm speaking mayor's office with some support from staff, which is being coordinated. The Blue Ribbon Commission, which is adequately expressed in this month's newsletter, so I'm not going to go through that. What I'm going to lay claim to is short-term public-private partnership workforce housing. I'm looking to try to minimize taxpayer government-based solutions and find out where that point of either fee-based or thin profit margin that might appeal to the market or not, utilizing concepts coming out of the ADU for very small cottage housing, aggregated or very close together. And so I'm going to lay claim on that. That Blue Ribbon Commission should be up and operating by April. It isn't formed yet, but so let me be clear. I'm going to focus like a laser on public-private partnership, workforce housing, which includes young new families that can live in a small footprint. It can include seniors. I mean, how many seniors are still working? But that's the niche I want to go after. And if that doesn't completely cover the interest of council, then we need to figure out that multi-pronged approach. So Gary, we'll start with you.
Thanks, Mayor. I don't disagree with your emphasis, Mayor. I do wonder, I know you've talked about you want to focus on allowing people to build equity. So owned housing rather than rented housing. And I don't disagree with that, but again, it has to be multi-pronged. I do think workforce rental housing would help us more quickly. So that's something in the back of my mind. Okay. And it doesn't have to be either or, right? It can be simultaneous. So that's one point. I guess the other point is, as I was filling out the survey, you know, these things don't happen in a vacuum. I ranked step housing perhaps higher than I might have had I not known that the legislature is really focused on that and wanting communities like ours in similar size or larger to provide some sort of basic step housing. We don't really provide much.
Can you share briefly what STEP represents for the audience?
Shelter, temporary, help me out, emergency, and permanent supportive. Yeah, so it's sort of a range. And so, the fact of the matter is we don't have any housing for the unhoused really in a significant way in our city. There's some nonprofits doing it, Kitsap Homes of Compassion and some others. But I think that I'm not sure how much longer, either morally we want to not do that, or legally that the state is not going to let us do that. So that enters into my mind. Okay. And I guess I'm open to the fee deferrals, particularly. Maybe some fee reductions, but I also want to make sure that we're not starting an arms race with other communities, and that we sort of consider the larger market besides just Poulsbo. So we're not sort of the proverbial squeezing the air out of a balloon and it goes here and there and everywhere else. So I think we need to make sure that any sort of incentives we're doing are calibrated to the marketplace and are recognize what other communities are doing. I think we definitely need some workforce housing. I appreciated Mr. Crabtree's comments this evening. We've been hearing this for some time from a lot of employers, and we don't want to end up in the situation that Bainbridge Island is in. I think we're headed in that direction. Some people would say we're getting there. I think there's still time that we can reverse that, and I think it's really important that we reverse that, and it's going to take some bold initiatives.
Gary, can I ask you a question for clarification, when you say we're headed in the direction of Bainbridge Island, do you mean purely from a cost perspective? They fundamentally have prevented growth in a way that we have not. So I don't see us as comparable. Prices are creeping upwards.
I'm talking primarily costs, Britt.
Okay.
Yeah. And just the recognition that a lot of folks who are working in our community have to live, sometimes they feel at least they have to live in the south end of the county.
I agree with you on that.
Which is less expensive. And I think many of them would prefer to live here.
Totally.
And we want to make that opportunity available. So those are
It's
just
that
some initial
Bainbridge is in the
thoughts.
news right now. So saying that we're headed in that direction, yes, in the ways you mentioned, not at all in a number of.
Oh, yeah. I think our approach to this issue and planning is night and day compared to
Doug Tabor.
All right, everybody. I love numbers and demographics, and these are loose, but I think I'm pretty accurate. So on the left side of the board up there in black, you see the cost burden is 35% of people in Poulsbo are cost burden. That's 4,550. What percent of that demand is on each AMI level, and what does that look like, right? That's the demographics over there. 25% of those cost burden people are workforce, 50 to 80% AMI. 22 are workers that commute 60 to 100%. Then very low income renters, single parents with kids, first time buyers between 100 and 120, and then very, very low income below 30% is only 8% of the demand of the cost burdened people in Poulsbo. So that's really important to me when we're looking at solutions and thinking about how we're servicing what percentage of our cost burden population. And then I just want to take a quick look at our tax base. That's 100% AMI is roughly 100K. That's 75K net. That's 6,250 a month. Average expenses, and this is last year's expenses, about 5,650. That leaves 600 in savings. So the average rent is 2,700, and that's what's up there. That person cannot make the jump to an average mortgage of 3,500, right? And then that's not counting credit card debt. And that's just one kind of debt that's not being considered. But in 2024, credit card debt was 6,620. Q3 of, sorry, that's supposed to be 25. It jumped to 11,000. And at 21% is the average interest. That's 195 added debt to that person's $600 of saving. So when we're looking at programs, I'm really hesitant at burdening our tax base in any other way, because that $600 isn't much. And they're not going to be able to make that jump to a mortgage if we increase things more. I know we're working hard at in the utilities aspect and other aspects, but healthcare, insurance, food, card insurance, food is all going up. So I really feel for people that are our tax base at 100% AMI and what they're going through with their monthly budget.
Yeah, and has anybody looked at your electric bill yet for the year? So anyway, that's a different conversation, but it's directly part of that. So first I want to say, I think those results show that we're still all generally pulling in the same direction, which I think is great. There was really no real kind of outliers, I think, in those numbers. So I think we're all still kind of at least in the same quarter of the pie, which is good, because that's going to make this whole thing go for better in the future. But with what Gary was saying, the step housing, I think that's a very important point, because as we started workshop 1, some of this stuff is out of our control. And if for no other reason, I mean, there's moral reasons, there's legal reasons, but there's also some of these same individuals aren't homeless yet, but if we don't take steps, they could very well be. And so that's the community that we have the ability, and Kim has done great work in this with really on a shoestring to keep folks from becoming homeless. Some of our properties that were low, rent control or federal voucher control type things that switched to market rate, working to help those folks, like keeping folks from becoming homeless.
Can I clarify, we don't have rent control, but we're in
Right.
Section 8.
Right.
Section
yeah,
8.
I was trying to think of what the right term for that property was, but the folks that are on the edge and keeping them from becoming homeless, it's a whole lot better for everyone to help that not happen. If that doesn't happen, we keep them from becoming homeless rather than figuring out what to do once they are. And I think, like I said, Kim's done wonderful work in that, considering the resources she's had to do it. And so, like Gary said, there are certain mandates we got coming, and so that's part of how I've kind of looking at some of this and how I voted on those things. The other aspect, yeah, we have neighbors that have their own challenges. I would argue that it's not so much what our neighbors are working on, it's the fact that our neighbors aren't working on anything, and we're way ahead of the curve on this. And what some of our costs that have gone up in our housing, I think, is because our neighbors haven't done some things, and folks that can't afford to live there but work there are coming and buying here. And so, it's, the circle gets a little bigger and bigger, and we're at the edge of it where people can afford to live and still get to where their work is. So I said it before, especially with workforce housing, we need to be honest. If we make a lot of strides in that area, we are going to become a workforce housing location for other municipalities. We just are. It may not be our plan, it may not be our goal, but the reality will be, if it's here, what's the old movie reference? If you build it, they will come. And so when people can't afford to live on Bainbridge, and South Kitsap's too far away because they have a commute and they don't want to go through Gorst, they're going to live here. So there's some certain realities to whatever we do, we have to accept. And if we do it, and we have to decide that's what we're accepting when we make these steps. But
there's one other trend off Bainbridge. I think it's pretty obvious. Folks whose house pricing is inflated, say to 1.5 million, are able to sell, realize the equity, come to this area and buy in the $800,000 range. Let's just make a round number, realize that equity and still be in the neighborhood. And so that's a factor coming off the island too.
And there's nothing we can ever do legally to say, if you put your house up for $750,000 and somebody rolls in with a cash offer of $800,000, you can't sell to them. You need to sell to the person who needs you to offer you $745. People will sell their house for what they get offered. We can only control certain things. And, you know, if people come in with high cash offers, sellers are going to sell and prices are going to go up because the next house down the street sells, it's going to go up too. That's what we've seen in the markets. It happens all the time. Now we're in a little bit of the other direction, but the market's going to dry. We can't control everything.
Doug,
nor should we.
No, I think it's important to remember the city of Poulsbo is not self-contained. There is not enough employment here to take care of the people that work here. We're just too small. We're an island. Even Kitsap County is no longer the market. 30 years ago, Kitsap County, the housing was to support the employment in the county. But because of our proximity to Seattle and the ability to work remotely, we really are part of a larger ecosystem. And Rick, to your point, we can do what we can, but the reality is we are a bedroom community to a lot of other places where people work. I think if I remember the Venn diagram, 20% of the people live and work here. I mean, it's a small number. And that's not a bad thing because we have major employers, 10 miles that way and, 30 miles that way. It's just the nature of where we live. And so being active, doing what we can, and then those of you that are on the regional coordinating council, trying to maybe not influence our neighbors, but stay abreast of what has been successful so we can, hold hands together across the county to go, hey, we need to work together because working is the town of 13,000 on our own. We're not going to get there. We need all of us to work together.
Just to be clear, I'm not advocating necessarily either way on that. I'm just saying we need to be eyes open on what we do because there's realities that are out there regardless of what we want, choose, or plan for.
Michael?
Well, Doug said most of what I was going to say, which is I think we can do this without doing it in a bubble. So let's partner with all these communities. We should think of this as a Kitsap County problem. And so how can we take the Mayor's Blue Ribbon Commission as a first step towards getting the whole county working together so that we're not, as Gary put it, in an arms race? Because I don't think anybody really wants that, but it's only going to happen if we take this conversation and expand it. So let's do that.
Gary.
Thank you, Mayor. One thing we haven't talked much about, particularly as it relates to step housing and providing, I'll call it early workforce housing, is the whole home sharing concept. We have an awful lot of, particularly seniors in our community, living in very large homes, larger than they need. And we have a lot of young people looking to get started, looking to share costs. And I know that sometime back, I believe Fishline had a home sharing program. I'm not sure, Charlie, is that's not operating anymore. And I'm not sure all the reasons. I know some. I know it's challenging, but I still think that holds potential. And I don't know, all the details around what needs to happen for that to be successful. But I just look at a lot of these seniors who have large homes who need some help caring for themselves and their home. And you have young people looking to get started and looking for a reasonable cost place to live. And I wish somehow we could match that up.
Britt?
Yeah, I mean, in my experience, that's really hard. Those are hard programs to implement in any official capacity. And I come at it from deeply personal experience. My parents were those older folks whose adult children had moved on and they had extra rooms and they rented them out. And even in a very direct hands-on approach, it's not easy. They did it for years and years and years. And I mean, it helped them literally stay afloat financially, but I don't know. I think it takes Kitsap Homes of Compassion is doing it, and we have supported them in ways when they've come to us and asked for that. But I'm afraid of it taking our attention away from.
I'm not suggesting we do it.
Okay.
I'm suggesting
So it's
we
being
create
done.
an environment
And if you go
of
to
success.
go to Craigslist, if you go to Facebook Marketplace, you see people renting their rooms. They're renting for about $1,000 a month. So I mean, it's still not, it's not that cheap, but it's what people have options for these days.
I need to introduce just a qualifying term. We've talked about working as a county together, shoulder to shoulder with some of our surrounding jurisdictions. I think that was in reference to probably workforce housing at 80 to 120% of AMI. This is what Gary and I heard at KRCC. I was sitting next to Bremerton. Janet Ryblowski is the president of the council down there. She's saying to the other jurisdictions, we're being forced unilaterally to deal with the homeless and unhoused down here when it's a countywide problem, and we need our neighbors to step up. So realize the immediate pressure right now on jurisdictional cooperation as exists in this county is around a house on fire in Bremerton.
Yeah, I was just going to say, but let's be fair. Where are the resources centered? How often have we talked about the county doesn't, when it comes time to compete for things, the money doesn't come north. Even when some of that money has been sent south, the money doesn't come north. And we've been told, well, you're just repeating a project we're already doing. So sure, but okay, if you want us to help, that needs to be more equitable. It can't be, well, we've already built something in Bremerton or in Port Orchard, and so therefore we're not going to give you money to support doing it in Poulsbo, but then be told, but you need to help solve the problem. Because, okay, we're only 4.8 square miles, and yet, again, how many times have we talked about how much more we're doing above our, punching above our weight? So I feel for that. I really do. But they're how many times our size? And, we can only do what we can do. We said that other times. And I do think the workforce housing is probably, that's the area where the most arms race overlap competition, that's what's going to happen. Because the 120 and above single house, that's not where we're fighting over. People that can afford that, like I said, they can come in with the $50,000 over asking price. They can take that. That's not the market we're worried about. It's the folks who can't or get bid out by people that can do that over and over and over again. Those are the ones we need to focus and help, because the market's not going to help them. People with money can do it. Yeah. I mean, I'm one of those people that have said many times, I bought a house in Poulsbo that if I sold right now, I could not rebuy a house in Poulsbo. I don't have a house that has the equity in it that would allow me to sell it and buy another house in the city. So I'm lucky. I got a house, but I could not relocate within our city right now if I needed to. I would have to move out.
Britt?
Yeah, I think we need to be, I agree philosophically with wanting to help provide homeownership and the American dream, but the workforce needs rent to come down. And so that means density. And for some people, that's going to mean rental first, and in order to see rents come down, we need significant numbers. We need Oslo Bay to be done, then some, before we're going to actually see rent go down.
So Britt brings up a great point. I'll turn to Heather and Nicole. Can you characterize what's in the pipeline, what just came out of the pipeline, and what might be entering the pipeline on rental? Because I think there's been a lot of permitting for rental. Can you kind of give us a picture or sense from your perspective?
One, I'm happy to follow up with council on an email because I have all that. It's all in a table and I can provide it to you and show you. And now I kind of want to start tomorrow putting it into AMI levels because it's, I don't know, I just find that very interesting now. But it's been primarily rentals for apartments, but that's because of Oslo. But we've also seen a nice number of attached units. So we have a couple projects being built currently of townhouse type project, and that's for ownership. But I'm happy to send that to you so you have accurate numbers and you can see, and I'll start with our 2021 numbers and go from there.
It's probably like 550-ish.
I don't want to, yeah.
To 600, somewhere in there is probably.
And we also have 80 apartments being built on 4th Avenue.
Yeah.
So that's another one that's coming immediately into the mix. And then Vanheimer, is that
Vanheimer
also
is 24 rentals.
24 rentals. So we have not just Oslo.
Active rentals.
And we do also have a townhouse proposal up in Ojeda. So there's a variety of unit types being pursued in at least 120 market rate of single family detached residential. So there's a mix.
Yeah, but I'll absolutely follow up so you guys can have those numbers.
And taking the outliers out that have been built that are very expensive, right? But they're one-off. The median apartment right now might be renting for, what's your sense of range in Poulsbo?
The last numbers we saw were about 1,900 for a 1-bedroom unit, 24, 26 for a 2-bedroom unit. And a lot of what we're seeing built are the smaller units, and more of them.
That's why I was trying to key in on ownership, but I might have taken a false sense, Gary, that the rental market was kind of a backstop, soft as it might be. Anybody else to go? Heather or Nicole, any other guidance you would give us before we move into the feedback we're going to get on public comment?
We have no more to share at this time. Thank you for asking.
Yes.
Tremendous job, both of you. So at this point, I'm going to open it up for public comment. I imagine there's any number of you who've been sitting on your hands waiting for a chance to be heard or provide feedback. So calling for public comment, please come to the podium. You'll have 3 minutes. State your name, place of residence for our record. That would be appreciated.
You did skip one item.
Pardon?
You skipped questions and concerns of the council, so we should come back.
We're going to wrap back because there's 2 of those.
Good evening, Charlie Thompson, resident of Poulsbo and director of Fishline. I'd just like to open by saying how proud I am to be here in Poulsbo. The work you're doing here is incredible. And at Fishline, we see people each and every day that will benefit from this work. So thank you, Council. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Heather, and your team for that. And anything I say is not meant to be critical, but it's a sprint for people who are struggling. It's not a marathon. And the faster we can move, and it's a countywide issue, it's not all on your shoulders. The faster we can move, the more people we're going to impact right now that are struggling. So anything that we can do to expedite some sort of relief around affordability will be much appreciated. Fishline stands ready to support it. I stand ready to support it. Thank you.
And we're calling for public comment.
Hi there, Peter Crabtree again. So I think, a lot of the numbers that were tossed around were really helpful to see and hear. I can tell you that $1,900 a month, 1-bedroom apartments don't benefit my employees. It doesn't work. That's not a meaningful number. I don't care how many more of those we build, that's useless. So I think, a lot of what's been said here is really great. I think a key part of the picture is really to bring employers into the conversation. If we want to really look at how do we solve workforce housing for the people that work in Poulsbo, make the employers deal with it. So that's how you solve the problem of not just creating this bedroom community for Seattle. Bring the employers into that. I know of different employers that have done things over the years. So there was a guy, for instance, that has well, he sold it now, but he had a asphalt company. So one of the things that he did with his employees is he helped them with financing to build a townhome. So they lived in one side, that they owned it, and they rented out the other side, and that's how they were able to make the number work. And he did that for his employees and helped them get the financing, put all that together, and that's what enabled them to grow and built a really loyal employee base. Right? So those are the kinds of solutions that we need to be thinking about. And that's the kind of conversation that it's the city's job to enable, not necessarily to pay for, but to bring those kinds of ideas to the market and really bring employers into the conversation. Because I know a lot of other people that are in, a similar position that I am, where we watch our employees struggle to make rent, and we try to figure out, how we can pay them more, and there's no more money. So it's got to come from somewhere. Consumers aren't willing to pay more for their burger when they come in. I don't have any more money that I can give out. I'm already paying more than what makes sense to try to exist as an employer here in Poulsbo. So that's the piece of the puzzle. Get employers to the table, be part of that conversation, and that's how we create workforce housing in Poulsbo that's for the people that work here instead of for people that work somewhere else. So that's what I got. Thanks.
And calling for public comment.
Good evening, everybody. Jamie Clough, Kitsap Building Association. Going to echo a lot of what was just said. Thank you all for going through this exercise. I've been pointing to this when I've been meeting with all the other jurisdictions in Kitsap, that this is the example that they need to follow. This has been a fantastic exercise, and it is really eye-opening for officials as well as the public at large. There's a lot of misinformation, a lot of wrong thinking when it comes to how do we address our housing problems here in Kitsap. So thank you very much for being a leader in this regard. A lot of other issues still to talk about when it comes to housing. The role that rentals play in the housing market when it comes to pricing for rentals versus owner occupied, what a healthy ratio is between owner occupied and rentals are. Very complicated conversations to continue to have. And we at the KBA stand ready to have those conversations. We have dedicated committees to talk about government issues, developer issues, and open invitation to the city officials, city council members to those meetings, and to have some of these more detailed, focused conversations. So again, thank you all so much for all this fantastic work, and more conversations to happen in the future. Thank you.
And calling for continued public comment.
Excuse me, Jim Laughlin. I haven't sat here all night. I might as well get up and say something.
Good.
I've been developing for some time, and a couple things. You might want to consider park models for this quick housing. There are lots of these tiny homes. I'm sorry, some of them have wheels, and if you allowed somebody on a piece of commercial property or multifamily property to lay them out, and it'd be relatively inexpensive and quick. If quick is what we need, it could be done. But, that's if you treat it as a sprint, not a marathon. The other thing I haven't explored this at length lately, but a public development authority. I mentioned to the prior administration, I think Becky said the city has one.
Yeah.
Right? City has a public development authority, correct?
We
Go
had
ahead.
one,
Had one?
It's on ice.
Oh, nice. Yeah, right. Okay. But it can be a public-private entity. And I don't know everything about the structure of that, but it's a way that the city can be more or less the underwriter for an otherwise private development that could be affordable. Anyway, otherwise, great job, and I'd be happy to be on the commission here for me. All right, thank you.
And calling for continued public comment.
Hi, my name is Diane Quitzel, and I'm going to this has been fascinating to listen to, but I'm going to kind of switch the subject matter a little bit. I have been a resident of Poulsbo, incorporated for the last all but 5 years of my 62 here on the planet. I've lived here. I remember a blinking light at 305 and Bond. I've seen our community grow from a small working town to the expansive community it is today. One aspect of Poulsbo I've always admired is our sense of community. I know generations of families who have grown up here, as well as those who have moved here for their growing families. I also am aware that as our community has grown, the city has kept generational growth as a guide and a theme. We now have multifamily dwellings, and we also have multi-generational homes. So as our community grows, so must our infrastructure and services. I would like to share my request regarding the cemeteries here in the city. According to the Cemetery Charter, Section 276130, the Poulsbo Cemetery and First Lutheran Church are the only cemeteries which now exist within the city limits. No additional cemeteries may be created within the city, nor shall any additions be made to existing cemeteries. I interpret additions to mean land. Adding columbariums to the cemeteries would stay within the current boundaries. They're high density, using little space, and would provide additional options for families. Ironic given this workshop tonight. In researching the requirements to add columbariums, it is noted that columbariums are becoming increasingly popular in Washington state as an alternative to in-ground burial, allowing for the creation of aesthetic, peaceful, and functional memorial spaces. They can be designed into the cemetery setting to create natural as well as private areas for families. In my opinion, they could also be used as a screening for the surrounding neighborhoods. The municipal cemetery now has houses on 3 sides with the road on 1. I am here to respectfully ask the council to consider revisiting the cemetery charter to allow for the construction of columbariums in the municipal cemetery to greater align with the current and future needs of our beautiful heritage community for generations to come. Thank you.
And calling for continued public comment. Yeah. Good morning.
Good evening again, counselors. Bo Baker, Southport Financial Services. Just something that, I was kind of seeing as a pattern is developers are asking for immediate financial benefit, whether it's a deferral, whether it's an exemption. And truly that is the easiest way to make the math work, to get buildings out of the ground. There's nothing saying that you can't take it from them on the back end though. Right? Especially when you're coming to an affordability component, typical affordability restrictions are, 10 to 20 years. Ask for 50, right? Ensure that that's going to provide benefit to the city for as long as it possibly can. If you're talking about deferrals, maybe if you're wanting to avoid exemptions entirely, punt it out 20 years. Okay, there's going to be a note against the property repayable to the city for whatever was not exempted, not waived, but deferred 20 years. Okay, that's something that can provide real tangible benefits that might be the difference in whether a product type that you're targeting is going to be prioritized by private development. Lastly, I just wanted to thank you guys again for actively searching for public and private partnership opportunities. I do think that is the best way to get publicly beneficial projects out of the ground. And so I love this conversation. I love this series. Thank you for having us a part of it. And God bless.
And calling for public comment. Any further public comment? And not seeing any, we're going to close public comment and we're going to have council discussion. And I will entertain such. Doug Tabor.
Quick point of clarification. First of all, my scribblings over there, hastily done during a bathroom break that I did not take and needed. The Q3 2026 is a projection to 11,000. And then just FYI.
Michael.
Two comments. One to the comment about the cemetery columbariums. Leo Tolstoy wrote a famous story about how much land does a man need, and his answer was 6 by 6 by 3. So I found that very appropriate to tonight's discussion. More substantively, though, I do want to echo some other comments that were made, especially by Peter Crabtree, that as somebody who lived in apartment rentals for over 10 years, they can be pretty miserable. And I really would hate for us to start thinking of this purely in terms of units, how many people, how many dwellings, and start thinking about quality of life. While I was on the campaign trail this fall, I made it a point to go to every single apartment complex in the city that I could. And I'm telling you, there are a lot of people here who are living in substandard living conditions. Apartments are not well maintained, they're cramped. And I just think we can do better than thinking in terms of the cheapest solution to these problems.
Thank you. Britt.
I think maybe the middle ground that would be nice, that we specifically here in Kitsap, but I mean through the whole state has suffered from a lack of is more condos and townhomes. I mean, because at least there is ownership in that and there's a level of control. And I mean, I know being in the real estate business that there's absolutely demand for people to purchase into something smaller and more manageable. And so, I mean, maybe we need to put more effort into lobbying at the state level. Some improvements have been made, but there's obviously a lot more that needs to be done to make that viable here locally. But it just seems like that's something that hasn't been discussed that much. I mean, we have a few townhome projects going in, but it could be much improved.
Resist, but respond to Britt and say that the whether it's in the newsletter or in other media on the Blue Ribbon Commission, the reason it talks about 12-unit cottage courts is because the legislature in the previous session gave condominiums of 12 units or less liability relief. And that has been the cork in the bottle for years now, is unlimited liability to the developer on the condominiums. So you can tell which way my thinking is already and how I'm seeing these cottage courts structured in one form or another, but that all remains to be seen. I didn't mean to get in front of the council. I apologize. Who would like to speak next? Rick?
Sorry, I was seeing if Doug was leading forward. I just say again, I think these workshops have been great. Housing is absolutely one of our biggest issues that we all know we need to do something about. Because again, like I said, it's not a Poulsbo problem. It's not even a Kitsap problem. It's a Washington State problem, and really, it's a national problem. So, what we can do, I think we'll do. There's someone talked about misinformation. The developer, our building and development community, they're not the enemy. They're not, they're our partners. We need to look at them that way. We need to work with them. We're not in their pockets. So all the various things that are said, you know, it is a partnership in whatever format it takes, and we need to use it to the best of our abilities across the board. But I think our other public comment about the cemeteries is incredibly important, not so much because of its being cemeteries, although those are important, but just to remind us that there are so many other aspects of the city that we have to make sure we focus on too. And this has been great, and we needed to do it, and we need to keep doing it. And this doesn't need to become the plan on the shelf that we never come back to. But, you know, one of the best ways to, I think, advance our goals, you know, is draw in more businesses that can bring money, that can then come up with great ideas and, you know, develop our other commercial centers. And so there's other parts of the job we have to make sure we don't lose focus on when we focus too much on one. So I love this. I want to keep going with it, but I want to make sure we come back to some of these other discussions that we brought up, we talked about in the retreats, you know, that we need to focus on Front Street, get that set on course, start looking at Viking, start looking at 305, start figuring out, because if we agree to take hits on fee deferrals, on impact fees, one of the ways we're going to compensate the general fund is additional tax revenue by new businesses and new residents. So if we grow the economy in the city by doing smart things, it'll compensate for the things we're choosing to trade off. So we can't lose focus on those other things.
I'll turn to the city administrator and say, if you could note, the council has an interest apparently in exploring the municipal code for our cemetery and seeing what leeway there is.
Calling not crematoriums.
I just said explore the codes. It was a C word, not that C word. Are there other comments from council? Because we're going to be approaching adjournment. Gary.
I was going to make an offer to motion to adjourn.
I have one other comment.
Please.
I'm guessing my colleagues noticed that I had a welcome to the city in this month's newsletter. I'd be curious to know if there's an interest in actually maintaining a counselor's corner in that newsletter going forward. The idea would be that we all write once or twice during the year. We each take a month and just say something to the city. We don't have to discuss it now, but I wanted to at least mention that to you all so you can think about that as something we may want to do.
Well, I had a future agenda item which we could tie into that. We talked about at the retreat about the idea of maybe resurrecting like the old mayor's Saturday office hours, but mayor council, it's a communication item. That's a communication item. So maybe a workshop on the future agenda talking about just general communication from us, this body, and how we want to do that, and just work that in. Because so we talked about it at the retreat, but we didn't really flesh it out. So maybe.
Newell.
Second.
All those in favor of adjournment, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye, we stand adjourned.